Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for stopping by here, tuning in for our ongoing coverage of the war that is ongoing in the Middle East. We open tonight's broadcast, again, looking at our live feeds here from across the Middle East. We have two feeds out of Beirut, Lebanon tonight. We also have our feed up out of Tel Aviv. We have a secondary feed out of Tel Aviv. We also have some feeds coming out of Jerusalem, Doha, Qatar, and a few other areas as well across the Middle East that we can cycle to if need be. If you have not already, hit the like button below this stream. Again, it helps gain the algorithm's attention, get this reporting out to more people. If you like this content and this analysis, I ask that you share it. Again, spread the word if you can. I should be coming in loud and clear here. Let me know. Let me know if I'm coming in loud and clear. Again, I had to adjust the audio coming in from our live feeds there. It was a little high, but I should be coming in. I should be coming in good to you guys now. Let me know. Let me know in the live chat if I'm coming in loud and clear. Again, before we begin, I got to go through our usual rigmarole here. If you have not already joined our Discord, there's a link to that in the description below. Again, it's an excellent place to get 24/7 open source intelligence updates, community aggregated reports and analysis, as well as joining on the community discussion. Also, follow us on X. We're going to be going through our X feed here. That's x.com/Nemico Network. You can follow along over there. Again, it's a great source of 24/7 open source intelligence updates, reports, and news. Again, not only coming from ourselves here at the Nemico Network, but we also aggregate from many sources from across the web. So, again, highly recommend you go and follow us over there on X. John Holt, good to see you. Robert Whitehead, good to see you. Ms. Liz, good to see you. CZ 2055, good to see you. Uranus, good to see you. Two Tall Toms, Miss Tiger Eye, good to see my mods tuning in this evening. Latency, Lee Fuller, Becca. Skies, good to see you tuning in. Skies, good to see you. Good to see you. Paul, good to see you. Nathan, good to see you. DJ, good to see you. As always, guys, again, thank you so much for stopping by tonight and joining us for this ongoing coverage, again, of the war in the Middle East. We're going to be getting everybody updated on everything that's been going on over the last 12 or so hours here. We'll be taking a look at our open source intelligence reports that have been aggregated over on our X feed. Simultaneously, we'll be keeping an eye on our live feeds coming out of the Middle East. We have our air raid alert map up this evening as well, so if we get any air raids detected across Israel, we will get we'll see those on screen here, and we'll also get, again, our audio cue here. Again, we'll hear that sound when any air raid alerts are activated. We'll also be taking a look at some of the open source intelligence tools that we have tonight, including our aircraft situation here on Flight Radar 24. Speaking of which, we currently have a KC-135R that is in a holding pattern with its transponder on over Iraqi airspace there. Again, that's something we don't usually see. We have a few over the Persian Gulf as well. Again, we'll be taking a deeper dive look into that at some point later this evening. Also via platforms like ADSB Exchange, where you can see this MQ-9 Reaper is currently up in the air off the coast of Lebanon and Cyprus here. So again, we'll be looking at that. Platforms like NASA Firms here, taking a look at some of the fires that have been detected and that are ongoing and burning across the region. Of course, we'll be looking at our naval situation here via maritime traffic maps. Some of the other tools we may be looking at this evening, again, come from Nemico rPanel. Of course, we'll be taking a look at our live universal awareness maps as well. And then a few other tools that we have at our disposal as well. Again, thank you guys so much for stopping by tonight. I'm going to get started with our main reports, our main headlines here, just in a few minutes. Again, I'll go ahead and read those off. We'll, again, start with our kind of hot topic headlines for this evening, and then we'll switch over here. We'll start at the about the 13-hour mark, and we're going to work our way back in time, getting everybody caught up on everything that's been going on. Adammed, good to see you. Sean D. Richmond, good to see you. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, Kathy, good to see you. Daryl, good to see you. Again, if you guys are just tuning in here, hit the like button for me real quick. Share the stream if you can. Again, we're just getting started. And in just a few moments here, we're going to, again, get this ball rolling and get you guys all updated on everything that's going on. We do have a live chat poll going in the YouTube live chat this evening. Again, tonight's live chat poll is, do you think other countries will lend aid in the Strait of Hormuz like reports have suggested? Make sure you drop your vote in that live chat poll. We'll end that off later in the stream and go over the results. For those that don't know, we are live streaming both on YouTube and Twitch as always. Big shout out to everybody that's tuning in over there on Twitch and everybody that is tuning in on YouTube, of course. Good to see you guys. Will, good to see you. 3120 Downforce, good to see you. Good to see you. Adam Edwards, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for stopping by, everybody. Just give me 1 second here, guys. Again, I'm just getting a few things together before we start tonight's reporting here. Again, we're coming live at about 2200 UTC, about 1700 Central Daylight Time, about 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Current time in Israel is 0643 local, and it is about, I believe, 08. Sorry, 1:36 a.m. Iran. My bad. I had my times mixed up there. Israel is currently, we're at 12:07, so just after midnight here across the Middle East. Looks like this feed here needs to be updated. Give me one moment while I get that done. Yeah, that feed definitely needs to be updated there. All of our others are currently live, though, so keep that in mind. Shazzer, good to see you. Good to see you. Too Easy, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Storms were pretty lax here. No issues with storms. Will asks, Nemico, have you been watching oil prices? Yes, we'll be taking a look at that later this evening. We have our, again, that's one of our main headlines here tonight. We'll be looking at oil prices and the activity there in the oil markets. As always, this is a community effort. If you guys have reports you want to send my way to show up on screen here, post them in the Discord or post them in the live chat. Same goes for open source intelligence data. If your thing is tracking aircraft and you see something we should look at, let me know. Same for any other open source intelligence resources here. Naval, radio communications, anything like that. If you guys see anything that we should be looking at, again, send it over in the Discord, either via direct message or by posting it in one of the channels or the Situation Room. Or go ahead and drop it in the live chat, and I'll take a look at it that way as well. Without further ado, I'm going to get right into our open source intelligence headlines here, our primary headlines for the evening. Again, as always, you're watching Nemico Network, again with your open source intelligence report. It is Monday, March 16th, 2026, day 17 of this war here. And this morning, the war came to one of the world's busiest airports. We're going to get right into it. Our top story today, Dubai International Airport. Early this morning, an Iranian drone struck a fuel tank in the vicinity of that airport, sparking a large fire, a massive smoke plume, and the immediate suspension of all flights. You can see some footage on screen here, again, from that incident that occurred at Dubai International Airport. Again, Dubai International Airport is not just like a regional hub here. It is the busiest international airport on the planet. Thousands of passengers were evacuated today from that airport. Flights were diverted to Al Maktoum International. Emirates Airlines issued a statement saying, quote, only limited schedule would operate today with multiple cancellations. The fire was eventually contained, however. No injuries were reported. But, again, the message from Iran is impossible to miss here. Nowhere in the Gulf is off limits at this time. Again, this is the busiest airport on the planet at the moment, and it has been struck multiple times now. This strike here is the most significant to date. Again, this is the third attack on Dubai's airport since the war began. Separately this morning, an Iranian missile killed a person in Abu Dhabi. Again, a drone struck the UAE's Shah oil and gas field, starting another fire today as well. And Saudi Arabia intercepted a wave of 35 Iranian drones heading towards its eastern region this morning. Again, home to the kingdom's biggest oil installations. I know I've talked about those quite a few times on the reports over the past few nights. Lord's Watchman, good to see you. Good to see you tuning in. D. Howarth, good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. Give me one moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm just getting rolling here with our primary headlines. Let me see what I have else for you here today. Give me 1 second, 1 second. To put the economic picture into context for you guys here, the Middle East's oil exports have now dropped by at least 60% from pre-war levels. Meanwhile, Brent crude hit $105 a barrel Sunday evening. It's now sitting at around 186. But that 105 is the highest since June 2022. Again, we saw it up at 118 about a week ago here. So again, sitting around that $105 mark. Again, that's at its highest level that it's been since July 2022. Again, that was right after the Ukraine war started, for context there. Average U.S. gas prices are now at around $3.70 a gallon. Again, a 24% increase since the 28th February. So a very quick amount of time. In a very quick amount of time, those prices have gone up. Let me know in the live chat right now, guys, two things. Where you're tuning in from and what your fuel prices are looking like in your neck of the woods. Speaking to more of that economic situation, air freight rates on some of the routes have surged 70% in price for those air rates. And economists are now projecting Eurozone inflation could peak above 4% and U.S. inflation above 3% here. Again, this is no longer just a military conflict. This is a full global economic shock that we are dealing with here. Make no mistake. On to our second major headline this evening. Israel, and now, again, I've been talking about this over the past 2 weeks a lot, about, their activity here within Lebanon. And, again, it's become official today. Again, Israel has moved troops into Lebanon in a larger capacity now. Again, they are launching a ground invasion of Lebanon. The IDF announced this morning that it has begun, quote, limited and targeted ground operations against Hezbollah strongholds in southern Lebanon. This is a significant escalation. Again, Israel has now conducted more than 1,100 strikes in Lebanon alone, killing over 350 militants, including 15 senior commanders. Again, this is why we've been keeping an eye so closely on the skylines above Beirut. Again, over 15 senior commanders have been killed there, over 350 Hezbollah militants. The Lebanese Health Ministry reports that at least 850 people have been killed since fighting escalated there in Lebanon. Over 800,000 people are displaced. I know I've showed you guys some of the scenes of live feeds of people evacuating some of those areas within Lebanon. Hezbollah has stated it is ready for, quote, a long confrontation. And behind the scenes, Israel is conducting back-channel diplomacy through Saudi Arabia on what Lebanon looks like after this conflict ends. The anti-Hezbollah Lebanese government has reportedly expressed interest in direct talks with Israel in a third country. So again, it remains to be seen if they can get those talks together here. But if you look on the map here in front of you, again, they have moved into this territory. Everything you see in purple here is stuff that they are currently holding. This is where the IDF has moved in and is currently holding that territory. Everything in red is being contested. Everything in the darker red appears newly contested. So you have IDF forces moving in from northern Lebanon into many of these areas here. Again, moving further north as we speak, as I bring you this report. All of these strikes you see here, again, are IDF strikes on Hezbollah targets within Lebanon. The Becca Fly says $3.89 a gallon where she's tuning in from. Paul says $2.19 a liter in Melbourne, Australia. Ignatius, good to see you. Says just west of Ottawa, Canada, over $6 a gallon, or about $1.60 a liter. Good to see you. Good to see you tuning in. John Holt says $3.35 here in Oklahoma. Bathroom Bobby, good to see you. Says over $4.50 a gallon in eastern Washington State. Those prices are pretty high. Pretty high. Bubba, thank you so much for the membership over there on YouTube. Highly appreciate it. Highly appreciate it. Bubba says Arizona went from $2.98 to about $4.40 a gallon. That's pretty high as well. Yeah, again, those petrol prices have been increasing. We're currently sitting, we did slide down a little bit earlier today. Again, sitting at about 93.23 USD per barrel on the crude oil futures. We're sitting at about $100.86 on Brent oil for the futures over there. So again, we're sitting around $100 across the board here. $31.20 downforce says Ohio, $4.49 for premium. Ice Axe Hikes says about $3.50 here in Wyoming. Mainly Speed says about $3.60 in Maine. Deadeye Dice says Western Washington about $5.15 a gallon. Wow. Not Ryan, good to see you. Says $6 plus in Northern California. I feel for you guys. I feel for you guys up there. Wow. Doug Wilson says diesel is almost $6 here up near Fort Drum, New York. That is pretty high. Kimberly in the Wild, good to see you tuning in tonight. Says, hey, Nemico, $3.69 here in northern Vermont. So, yeah, those oil prices seem to definitely be increasing across the board. I think where we're at here in my neck of the woods, we're sitting right around $3. We're up from about $2.89, $2.79 in that range here over the past few days. They have, again, caught up quite significantly here. Yeah, it's Mad Dog Mattis Chaos. By the way, love your name, love your name. It says probably cheaper to get an Uber to work. In some areas, it very well might be. Very well might be. Again, for those just tuning in tonight, again, we're just getting started with our primary headlines here. If you haven't already, hit the like button below. Again, it helps get this information out to more people, helps get the algorithm's attention. If you like this content and analysis, share the stream. Share the stream, help spread the word. Also, we have a live chat poll going in the YouTube live chat tonight. Make sure to drop your vote over there so that we can, again, aggregate that data and those statistics, and later tonight we will end off that poll and we'll go over what our results are. So said Jockey says $3.59 for regular, $5.09 for diesel in South Central PA. Wow. Yeah, that is insane. Again, prices are increasing across the board. So again, to reiterate on the report I just said, again, over 800,000 people displaced here in Lebanon. Again, the IDF, as of today, officially moving in a larger capacity here, ground troops into southern Lebanon from northern Israel. Again, behind the scenes, Israel is conducting back-channel diplomacy through Saudi Arabia on what Lebanon, or I should say the Lebanese government, will look like after this conflict ends. The anti-Hezbollah Lebanese government has reportedly expressed interest in direct talks with Israel in a third country. So again, as I mentioned before in past streams, Lebanon does not want this smoke, all right? And so again, they are making efforts as much as possible to assist the IDF here in quickly resolving this situation within their country. On the diplomatic front, Iran has made its position crystal clear over this weekend. Trump claimed, quote, he wants to make a deal. Iran's foreign minister, however, responded immediately, posting that Iran seeks, quote, neither truce nor talks, his words exactly, calling Trump's claims, quote, delusional. He added, our armed forces will, quote, keep firing until Trump realizes this illegal war must never be repeated. Iran has now fired approximately 700 missiles and 3,600 drones. Again, we got that count updated just today. I spent a couple hours, again, combing through all the statistics. Again, our current count is now sitting around, Iran has fired, again, 700 missiles and 3,600 drones since the war began. So again, quite a lot more drones, quite a lot larger use of those one-way UAV attack drones like those Shahed 136s versus the missiles that they have launched there. Again, I found that statistic quite interesting. And again, that is not the posture of a country that is about to negotiate. Again, they're making it clear they do not wish to negotiate at this point. So again, it remains to be seen how that is going to continue. Let's move through the remaining top developments here for the past 24 hours before I hop into our open source intelligence feed here on X and we start combing through the last 12 hours or so of news. First up, Israel has confirmed it is planning at least 3 more weeks of airstrikes, with, quote, thousands of targets still on the list. The IDF told reporters today it is not working on a timetable, but towards goals, severely weakening the Iranian regime. In the last 24 hours alone, Israel struck over 200 targets across Iran, including IRGC air bases around Isfahan, ballistic missile launchers, and air defense networks within the country. Since the war started, the U.S. and Israel have combined have struck more than 15,000. That is the number 15 and 3 zeros worth of strikes, of targets that have been struck so far. Again, that is a staggeringly large amount of munitions used. All right, that is a staggeringly large amount of targets to strike in such a short period of time here. Again, they're in a full-on blitz here, striking these targets across Iran. Trump is escalating his pressure on allies to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this is related to our live chat poll tonight in our YouTube live chat. Again, if you have not voted in that, go and vote in that right now. Again, in a short while here, we will go ahead and end that off and look at those results. But again, Trump is escalating his pressure on allies to send those warships to the Strait of Hormuz. He told reporters on Air Force One today that, quote, the U.S. will remember which countries declined. The response, Japan has said no. Australia has said no. Germany is a solid no. The EU currently says no current appetite to expand its mandate beyond, again, its current policy of allowing the U.S. to utilize its bases within the region. Give me 1 second here. Even the UK said it wouldn't be drawn into, quote, a wider war. Trump separately threatened to delay his planned summit with China's Xi Jinping over Beijing's silence on the Hormuz Strait situation. Again, the strait remains effectively closed at the time of this report. Iran's foreign minister said Sunday it is open again, but only to countries that are not attacking Iran. Again, that was their words specifically. So far, Indian-flagged ships and one Pakistani vessel managed to cross the strait over the weekend. Again, the first transits in days. So, again, that's 2 Indian-flagged ships and 1 Pakistani vessel have made it through this strait over the weekend. We do currently have one, again, this is a bulk carrier here, that is currently transiting the strait at the time of this report. So, again, the traffic flowing through the strait at the moment is severely reduced. In fact, the numbers I've seen over the past 48 hours have decreased since last week. So even less vessels are heading through the strait at this very moment in time than there were. So again, that's interesting. Interesting to note there. Give me 1 moment here. Let me get caught up here. Give me 1 second here. So again, yeah, just to reiterate, the only vessels they are allowing to go through are vessels, mainly Iranian-flagged vessels, Chinese-flagged vessels, and Russian-flagged vessels. However, almost none of those have also transited. Again, as I said, only those 3 vessels, 2 Indian flagships and 1 Pakistani vessel, managed to cross the strait over the weekend successfully. In other news, one of the most significant intelligence revelations of this war broke this weekend. Reporters, again, came out with reports over the weekend that U.S. intelligence provided to President Trump shows that Iran's late supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, the man whose death started this entire war, was privately worried about his own son, Mojtaba, the current supreme leader, again, which... there's been many questions about over the past few days here. Again, he was privately worried about his own son, Mojtaba Khamenei, again, the current supreme leader, viewing him as, quote, not very bright. Again, this is their words from this intelligence report, and unqualified to lead. Trump appeared to reference this directly in a Fox News interview today, saying the new supreme leader, quote, is not somebody that the father even wanted. Mojtaba Khamenei has still not appeared on camera, has not issued a live statement, and the U.S. Department has a $10 million bounty on his head. We've had some reports over the past day here, again, that have surfaced that says that he again, possibly was evacuated after being injured in those initial strikes, those initial sorties that were carried out in the first hours of this war 2 weeks ago, almost 3 weeks ago now. He was injured during those strikes, and again, reports are coming out now that saying he very well may have been secretly transported out of Iran to Russia to, again, receive surgical care there, and that he is currently still within the country of Russia. However, we are still waiting to get more information on that at this time. On the information warfare front here, I know I've reported on this a lot over the past few weeks. Iran's internet, again, is still running at just about 4% of its normal levels. Again, which is huge. That's, again, a massive blackout communication across the country. It's been fluctuating. I've been keeping an eye on the statistics there very closely. It's been fluctuating between about 2 and 4%. At the time of me going live with this report, we're sitting at about 3.5 to 4%, again, of network connectivity across the entire Iranian nation. Again, NetBlocks reports this is the second longest internet blackout in history. Speaking of which, we just saw some tracer fire going into the skies there above Beirut. We'll keep an eye on that here. I'm not sure if anybody caught that, but yeah, we were definitely seeing some. We were definitely seeing some tracer fire, some ground-to-air tracer fire there. I guess I can keep this up on screen while I read off the last of these reports here. But again, to reiterate, NetBlocks reports that this is the second longest internet blackout in history. Again, now past 240 hours. Inside Iran, people are being stopped at checkpoints. We've seen many images and videos of this over the past week or so here. People inside Iran are being stopped at checkpoints. Phones have been searched. Again, dozens arrested for suspected contact with foreign media. The regime is running on a parallel communications network, basically, closed off from the broader civilian network infrastructure within Iran. Again, they're running on kind of their own communications network here. Quote, issuing white SIM cards only to loyalists to promote state messaging. So a lot of that Iranian messaging that we are seeing coming out of Iran from the regime via platforms like X, Telegram, etc., a lot of that messaging is being conducted over, again, that secondary cellular communications network. Not the primary communications network, which, again, the people of Iran use. That backbone, again, is almost 100% offline. That 2 to 4% of internet connectivity we're seeing out of the country is coming from a separate backbone, mostly via telecommunications networks, or I should say 1 or 2 telecommunication networks, again, with those white-listed SIM cards only being passed out to members of the regime, again, in order to allow them, to promote that state messaging that they're trying to get out. Again, to reiterate here, Iran and the people of Iran are fighting this war in the dark at the moment. Finally, the IRGC this weekend formally threatened to kill Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, calling him, quote, a child killer, and vowing to pursue him. Netanyahu's office had to issue a statement on Saturday denying he had already been killed after rumors spread widely on social media. The office called the reports, quote, fake. Netanyahu is alive at this time. Again, but the psychological warfare dimension of this conflict is operating at full intensity at this moment. I know I showed you guys those AI videos, and we debunked some of them in our last report. Again, we do have confirmation that Netanyahu is still alive at this moment in time. I believe the same could be said for the newly elected supreme leader of Iran, Mojtaba. Again, it has been alleged that he was injured in those initial strikes, Mojtaba, the new Iranian supreme leader. Again, possibly he is still outside of Iran within the country of Russia receiving medical care there. Again, that's been your Nemico open source intelligence brief for our main headlines here for day 17. I'm now going to swap over into our X feed here, x.com/Nemico Network. Highly recommend you go follow us over there. Again, day 17 here, and your bottom line up front is, again, our main headline. Dubai's airport, again, has been struck in a pretty severe strike by the Iranians. That airport is now back open on a limited schedule after those strikes were conducted this morning. Israel has boots on the ground in Lebanon officially now. Again, in a more significant capacity than what we saw over the past few weeks. And they've announced this publicly. You know, they are moving into the country. Iran says there will be no deal. Again, they are denying any possibility of negotiation here. And then, of course, in the economics front here, oil is sitting at around $100 to $105 a barrel and climbing. Although we did get a little bit of a slide earlier today. Again, as I showed you here, it did slide down a little bit. But seems to be climbing back up at the moment, with Brent crude sitting around $100 a barrel. The world's allies are telling America, you are on your own. Again, in relation to that Strait of Hormuz. Again, that's your bottom line up front here, ladies and gentlemen. Stay locked in. Again, we're about to get into our open source intelligence updates here on X, starting at about the 13, 14-hour mark and moving our way back in time, getting everybody up to date on what's been going on. Again, for those just tuning in, thank you so much for stopping by tonight. CZ, good to see you. Good to see you. Duma, good to see you. Dappa, good to see you. Dappa asks, I wonder if they physically destroyed the cables to make the internet down. No. I haven't seen any reports of them physically destroying telecommunications infrastructure. Most of this, and so from the analysis we've been seeing of the communications activity within the country of Iran, it's indicative of like a whitelist, blacklist system, all right? So they've effectively blocked IPs along those backbone infrastructure. Along that backbone infrastructure, they have whitelisted and blacklisted IPs, major IPs, again, along those subnets, effectively shutting them down, right? So the only people that are whitelisted to use the internet, mainly in the regime, are allowed to use that. I mean, some of the data centers, some of the telecommunications infrastructure has been taken offline, however, not physically destroyed. At least we haven't seen any reports of that so far. Again, as I said, it's looking to be very indicative of, you know, what you would traditionally see, again, kind of like a whitelist, blacklist kind of situation that we are seeing there. Give me one moment here. Again, we're about to start going through our open source intelligence report. Just give me about 2 seconds here just to get updated. We're going to start again here at the 14-hour mark. A fuel tank at Dubai International Airport, again, struck by the Iranian drone overnight, continues to burn. Again, that is that primary strike that started off, again, the closure of that airport today. Again, this is coming about 14 hours ago. "14 hours ago, fragments reported in central Israel after Iranian missile strike occurred there. Also, 14 hours ago, rescue services say Iran's latest missile at Israel may have carried a cluster warhead. At least 2 impacts hit central Israel. No injuries reported in the third strike since midnight. Also today, 13 hours ago, an impact near Ben Gurion Airport in an open area was reported. Let's take a look at this video here. This is the primary airport in Tel Aviv, Israel. The largest airport in all of Israel here. Again, this is where we've been seeing lots of those KC-135R aerial refueling planes of the U.S. Air Force landing and taking off from within Israeli territory. No. 13 hours ago, Iranian's foreign minister says, quote, "In these blessed, divine, and spiritual days and hours, I sincerely thank the government and people of Pakistan for expressing full solidarity and support with the people and government of the Islamic Republic of Iran." Also today, 13 hours ago, fragments from an intercepted missile hit a home in central Israel. This one here, again, ongoing proof. I know we've had quite a few people in the chat saying, that we're never seeing images of any missiles getting through in Israel or any videos. Yes, we are. We've seen many, quite a lot, again, of damage, again, being inflicted on the on certain targets there, or I guess you could say certain locations here within Israel. This is one of those set examples. Again, clearly we are seeing some of that footage getting out here. Let's take a look at this video again of aftermath after fragments of an intercepted missile hit a home in central Israel.
זה עכשיו. הלך הבית, יואו, מלא. זה עכשיו. הלך הבית, יואו, מלא.
13 hours ago, this is northern Tehran this morning. Again, after more U.S. airstrikes hit, again, the capital of Iran there. You can see smoke billowing above the buildings there in the background. 13 hours ago, U.S. Israeli strikes in Shiraz, Iran, seen on video here, captured just about 13 hours ago. Let me get this on screen for you now. One second here, ladies and gentlemen. I have us in our split focus here so we can keep an eye on that skyline above Beirut at the moment. 13 hours ago, Iran's armed forces warned that all infrastructure used by Iran International in the region will be treated as military targets, accusing the network of, quote, fabricating false narratives as part of hostile activities. Again, this is a pretty major development as well here. I hope to have more information on this in the coming days for you guys. But again, just to reiterate here, Iran's armed forces, right, warned that all infrastructure used by Iran International in the region will be treated as military targets, again, accusing the network of, quote, fabricating false narratives as part of hostile activities. Again, possibly a sign to further dissent within the nation. Again, here's that footage again of those Israeli airstrikes in, again, Shiraz district of Tehran, Iran there. 13 hours ago, Azerbaijan sentences French national to 10 years in prison for espionage. Again, this comes after quite a tense situation has been unfolding there in Azerbaijan, directly related to the war here with Iran over, again, the recent week or two here. 12 hours ago, German's foreign minister says, quote, don't see a role for NATO in the Strait of Hormuz. Again, they are trying to stay out of this as much as possible. 12 hours ago, President Trump says, quote, the future of NATO will be very bad if United States allies do not assist the U.S. against Iran in securing the Strait of Hormuz in the Middle East. Again, that's being reported by the Financial Times in an interview with President Trump. 12 hours ago, a building targeted on Zar Afshan. God, words are hard, ladies and gentlemen. Zar Afshan Street in the Sharaq-e Garab area of Tehran. Let's take a look at this video on screen. Again, more videos of that damage ongoing within Tehran. Again, some more information about A-10s being used here in theater. 12 hours ago, U.S. Air Force A-10 Warthog spotted flying over northern Iraq, supporting the U.S. air campaign against Iran. A-10s have been regularly striking Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. The sounds of bald eagles screeching in the distance can be heard here. Let's take a look at this video of, again, one of my favorite aircraft. Again, this is about, I think, the third clip I've seen, again, that officially shows those A-10s operating within the region. 12 hours ago, Iran launched a new wave of ballistic missiles against Israel this morning. Israel's Home Front Command has now declared the all clear. No injuries were reported as a result of those strikes. That was 12 hours ago. Heavy strikes in Tehran were reported 12 hours ago. Here you can see images of those missiles impacting. Let's take a look at this footage here on screen now. Bathroom Bobby said he missed the A-10 footage. Don't worry, we got it for you right here. Yeah, footage of an A-10 Warthog flying above the skies of Iraq. Again, a lot of people over the past few years, always, saying in the live chats and stuff, oh, the A-10 has been retired. We should bring the A-10 back. Why don't we see the A-10 anymore? Well, again, proof is in the pudding here. The A-10 is still very much alive, very much still in use today. Again, the A-10, definitely one of my all-time favorite strike aircraft, ground attack aircraft. Again, a very formidable foe for sure. Nothing strikes fear more in the eyes and hearts of the enemy than the sound of the A-10 Warthog. That's for sure. As Doug Wilson says, yes, they never left. They never left. Yeah, there had been a lot of rumors going around over the past few years here that they were retiring that aircraft, or that they had already retired it out of service, but that is definitely not the case. GDP saying the A-10 was upgraded with new engines and much more tech. I'd also heard reports of that as well at one point. Again, that they were looking to kind of update that aircraft. Again, that's an aircraft that I think, again, will always have a place. And could definitely stick around for a little while. 12 hours ago, a target on Bagheri Street in Tehran. Again, it was struck today. You could see that image on screen here of those flames burning. Again, a car had been hit there in this image. A police center, another police center, I should say, again, was struck in Nayavaran district in Tehran. Again, it had been struck there, shelled, as they said here in this post. You can see this image on screen of that police station. Again, they've been striking many of those police stations across Iran over the past few weeks. 11 hours ago, at a New York City All-Cuds Day rally, protesters chanted, USA go to hell. Khamenei is the leader. Death to Israel. Stop eating babies. They also praised Sinwar, Nasrallah, and the IRGC, the Houthis, calling on Iran and Hezbollah to strike Tel Aviv.
Stop eating babies! Stop raping kids! Haydar! 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 Khaybar! 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 Ya Zahyan!
Say it loud and say it clear! We support Iran here! We support Iran here! Say it loud!
Again, more of that footage has been coming out over the past day or two here of those rallies in New York City. 11 hours ago, again, a huge explosion in Shiraz, Iran. That is in Tehran. It's one of the districts of Tehran there. You can see smoke billowing above that building where that strike occurred by the U.S. Air Force. From Scent Defender 11 hours ago, according to marine traffic, the first non-Iranian tanker transited the Strait of Hormuz with its AIS on today. The Aframax tanker Karachi, carrying Abu Dhabi's Das crude oil, transited the strait safely without being targeted by Iran. Again, we saw that, transit the strait today. One of only a few vessels that have transited the strait successfully. You can see on screen here the path taken by that vessel today. Up-close footage of an intercepted Iranian ballistic missile debris. This is coming from CBS News. Let's take a look at this footage that they got here again. Some up-close footage of one of the missile bodies there from an intercepted missile.
What you were seeing here, this is the tail end of one of those Iranian missiles. The engine would be here, the thruster would be pushing all of that propellant out. And I want to give you a sense of how big this is. What you're seeing here, this thing is just the fuel tank. Liquid fuel would be put in here. It's loaded from a nozzle right there. It shows the sophistication of this missile, but also the size. This is about half of the incoming missile. There would be another fuel tank, then another pod that has the targeting devices, and at the very end, there would be a warhead. And increasingly, Israeli officials tell us this is what they're finding in those warheads, these 40-pound bomblets. This is a nose cone that's meant to penetrate the atmosphere because they're being dispersed from the nose cone at up to 70 kilometers, basically outer space. And then they start fluttering down. These are fins down here that sort of stabilize them. And there's about 5 or 6 pounds of explosives on this end. They hit the ground, they explode. Shrapnel is fired everywhere. And those are essentially, Israeli officials say, anti-personnel devices. They say that there is no reason to use something like that against a military target because they're dispersed over miles and miles when they land. The only purpose for those types of those types of bombs is to harm civilian populations. And many, many, many hundreds of these have obviously been fired, and not just at Israel, but across the Gulf states as well. They don't have missile defense systems that are as good as Israel's. They have been trying to knock them out, but they've also been suffering from those drones, which have been hitting with, in some cases, very impressive accuracy. But this is one of those Iranian missiles. What you were
11 hours ago, UK Prime Minister Starmer spoke today on the nature of a potential plan to form a coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, saying that any plan must be a, quote, credible, viable plan. Again, this comes as Trump has been pressuring a lot of those allied countries to assist in the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. 11 hours ago, footage from yesterday's strike on cyber police in Al Madan City, Iran. Let's take a look at this video here again of that police installation. Again, another of many being struck here within Iran. 11 hours ago, Iran's foreign minister says, quote, "We have sent no message and have not requested a ceasefire with the U.S." Again, here's some statements here from that British Prime Minister, again, Starmer, on the Strait of Hormuz. Let's give it a listen here.
But ultimately, we have to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ensure stability in the market. That is not a simple task. So we're working with all of our allies, including our European partners, to bring together a viable collective plan that can restore freedom of navigation in the region as quickly as possible. But ultimately,
11 hours ago, following an Iranian cyber attack against global medical equipment from Stryker, U.S. officials have told the Wall Street Journal that the U.S. should expect more disruptive cyber attacks from Iran or cyber threat actors backed by Iran in the coming weeks here. Again, we've been keeping an eye on this situation, the cyber situation across the board, very closely here. And again, we could definitely expect more of that activity here. Some more statements here from Starmer, that British Prime Minister here, on the Strait of Hormuz and the situation with Iran. Let's give it a listen.
This is a vital cause, because until we get ourselves off the roller coaster of international oil and gas markets and onto clean, homegrown British energy, tyrants like Putin and the Ayatollahs will be free to attack our energy security. So we won't slow down on this. We will go faster. This is a vital
11 hours ago, the Israeli Defense Force said that they began, quote, limited and targeted ground operations against Lebanese Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon today. The IDF says that operations will include dismantling terrorist infrastructure. It said this activity is part of a broader defensive effort to establish and strengthen a forward defensive posture, which includes the dismantling of terrorist infrastructure and the elimination of terrorists operating in the area, to create an additional layer of security for residents of northern Israel. Again, they're creating that buffer zone there. That's what they want. They want that buffer zone between Lebanon and northern Israel. Some more statements from Starmer here.
Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war.
Israel Defense Minister Katz on the IDF operations in Lebanon. Some footage here today. Again, he said the IDF has begun a ground maneuver in Lebanon in order to remove threats and protect the residents of the Galilee and the north. Again, unfortunately, this video is not translated at this time, but that was the gist of the situation there, the bottom line up front. Some footage here of a missile that fell in Tzfat, northern Israel. Again, meters from Hari Mikvah. You can see some footage here on your screens now. Some of the toxic fumes emitting from that downed missile. German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius on the Strait of Hormuz tensions says, quote, what does Trump expect a handful of European frigates to do that the powerful U.S. Navy cannot? This is not our war, and we did not start it, he says there. Again, 11 hours ago that statement was made. We also have some statements from the German Foreign Minister on Iran. He says, quote, it is clear that the Iranian regime poses a significant danger to its neighbors and to the entire region, to the freedom of navigation and to global economic development.
Gleichzeitig steht fest, und das sehen wir an jedem Tag dieses Krieges, dass vom iranischen Regime eine erhebliche Gefahr ausgeht. Und zwar für die Nachbarn, für die gesamte Region, für die Freiheit der Seeschifffahrt und für die weltweite Wirtschaftsentwicklung. Diese Gefahr darf definitiv nicht fortbestehen. Da sind wir uns mit unseren Partnern und
Isaac says that looks healthy. Yeah, if you see smoke like that if you see smoke that color, do not breathe that in. That is a no bueno smoke right there. No bueno smoke. Do not want to breathe that stuff in, for sure. Some more, again, some more comments from UK Prime Minister Starmer here. Again, referring to the efforts of supporting Ukraine. And again, talking about the war in the Gulf here. Let's give it a listen.
I'm in close contact with leaders from across the Gulf and Europe and beyond. I met Prime Minister Carney earlier this morning, and I'll be meeting President Zelensky soon, because it's vital that we continue to focus on supporting Ukraine. We cannot allow the war in the Gulf to turn into a windfall for Putin.
11 hours ago, breaking news. Israel's defense minister says the IDF is launching a ground operation in southern Lebanon, warning that millions of Shiites will not be allowed to return to their homes until northern Israel is secure. And really quick here, we're going to swap over, just for a quick break here. We're going to swap over to our flight radar 24 here. Take a look at the situation in the skies above the region here. We have one KC-135R, two up in the skies at the moment. We also have a KC-2 Voyager, again coming from Cyprus, hovering over Jordan right now in a holding pattern there, while they have another KC-2 Voyager that is also up in the air simultaneously. Again, we also have this MQ-9B Protector, but we also have a MQ-9 Reaper that is also flying nearby, showing on ADS-B exchange. These could be the same drone, just being misidentified here. However, they are running two separate registrations, so again, this tells me that they have two separate drones flying in this area here at the moment. We also have another KC-135R hanging out here, again on the border between Saudi Arabia and Iraq. Another KC-135, another KC-135, another, which just went off transponder there, and just came back on. Yeah, so one there, another one here, again over Saudi Arabia, another one here. This is a KC-46A Pegasus, and then of course another one here as well. I believe this is the one that was hovering over, again, the Gulf here. But quite a lot of activity here in the skies at the moment above the Middle East. Of course, we have NATO 29, that E3A Sentry still running holding patterns here across Turkey, keeping eyes on the sky there over Turkey at this moment as well. 11 hours ago, Al-Khamenei's senior advisor and former IRGC commander-in-chief says, quote, Iran maintains strong relations with China and Russia and receives satellite reports on U.S. aircraft and fleet movements. Again, more indicators here that China and Russia are providing strategic intelligence to the Iranians. In this clip here, he says we have strong... Hold on, I'll read it off for you since we don't have translation there, but we do have subtitles here. He says, we have strong intelligence capabilities, and we maintain good intelligence cooperation with foreign countries. Again, referring directly to Russia and China there. He says, I don't want to name them, but they track movements with their satellites. Russia and China, cough, cough. He also says, whenever an American aircraft takes off, even from the United States, from Diego Garcia, or from their bases in Europe, we receive written reports. Like Mr. Haddad Adel said, we receive it in writing. He also says we receive written reports on all movements of America's fleets, the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean or the 5th Fleet in the Indian Ocean. And the Sea of Oman, we monitor them second by second and know their exact location and coordinates. We are members of the Shanghai and BRICS nations, and we maintain good relations with China and Russia. Iran's foreign ministry 11 hours ago said, quote, this war must end in a way that our enemies will never think to attack us again. I think they have learned a lesson by now and have understood what kind of nation they are facing. In another strike here that occurred today, the oil facilities at Al Fujairah after an attack by Iranian drones in the UAE here. Let's take a look at this footage on your screens now. Some other footage came here from Sentcom today. 10 hours ago, we have destroyed 100-plus IRGC naval vessels. I believe we also do have a video of this as well. But this image on screen here, again, shows, targeting imagery here from one of their drones that they had. Thermal imagery of one of their drones. Again, a strike that occurred here on one of those Iranian naval vessels. Also from Sentcom, again, an IRGC military complex before and after image here on screen. You can see the complex here in the before image. This is 5th February 2026, and this is 11th March of 2026. So again, you can see that facility there has been destroyed. In some statements here from President Trump 10 hours ago, he says, quote, "What about the political impacts of this?" Trump says, quote, "I have to do what's right. Political impacts, sure, everybody has concern, but I have to do what's right." Let's take a listen to what the U.S. President had to say today. Again, this is on board Air Force One.
They're going to come tumbling down as soon as it's over, and it's going to be over pretty quickly.
Do you have any concerns about the political impacts of this? I mean,
I have to do what's right. Political and sure, everybody has concern. I have to do what's right. I can't say that, I don't want to have any impact on oil prices for 3 or 4 weeks or 2 months, and we're going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to hear what he's saying there, but yeah, basically just saying, again, he has to do what he has to do. Again, he's not too concerned with the political impacts there. He says, I can't say, gee, I don't want impacts on oil prices for 3 to 4 weeks or 2 months and let Iran have a nuclear weapon. An update here coming directly from General Bradley Cooper here from Sentcom. Let's take a look at what he had to say earlier today.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander of U.S. Central Command, here to provide another update on Operation Epic Fury.
Sorry, Admiral Bradley Cooper.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander of U.S. Central Command, here to provide another update on Operation Epic Fury. First, I want to remember and honor our fallen warriors who made the ultimate sacrifice in the KC-135 refueling aircraft incident last week. We hold their memories and their families, their friends and their teammates in our prayers. Their selfless service and dedication hardens our resolve. For 16 days, we've delivered overwhelming firepower deep into Iran. This past Friday, U.S. forces executed a large-scale precision strike on Karg Island, destroying more than 90 Iranian military targets, including storage bunkers for naval mines and missiles and other military infrastructure. To date, our Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps aviators have collectively flown more than 6,000 combat flights, demonstrating the unmatched capability of America's joint force as we maintain air superiority over Iranian skies. We continue to remain centered on our military objectives. These are well-defined and include eliminating Iran's ballistic missiles, drones, and naval threats. It's one thing to defend by striking launchers and intercepting missiles and drones, but it's another thing to eliminate the wider manufacturing apparatus behind them. And we are doing that today. We've talked about it in concept. Here's what it looks like in reality. Let me show you, for the first time, a few examples.
Interrupt that video right now. We have live
alarm. Ashdod Yaakov. Menachem.
Live air raid alerts here coming in northern Israel here. We'll keep an eye on those over the coming minutes here as we continue to go through our reports tonight.
Of how we are dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, which will prevent threats to the region into the future. Here you see a photo from March 1st of a naval drone storage facility located near the Strait of Hormuz. This is the same location 8 days later, completely destroyed. Next, here's a photo taken of an attack drone production factory in Tehran on March 5th. Here's that same factory 6 days later after a devastating barrage of U.S. airstrikes. And finally, the Yazdi military depot, pictured here last month. These 8 buildings are part of the IRGC's missile command infrastructure and are used to produce light and heavyweight torpedoes. Now, here's that same military depot just last week, or what's left of it. U.S. and partner strikes are doing exactly what they are intended to do, deliver on very clear military objectives to eliminate Iran's ability to project power against Americans and against its neighbors. We're also zeroed in on dismantling Iran's decades-old threat to the free flow of commerce through the Strait of Hormuz. Through a combination of air, land, and maritime capabilities, we have successfully destroyed over 100 Iranian naval vessels, and we aren't done. We will continue to rapidly deplete Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Our progress remains steady, and we remain vigilant against the enemy. Now, a few thoughts about Iran. Over the last 2 weeks, they have launched attacks on Oman, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Jordan, Cyprus, Turkey, Azerbaijan, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Iraq, Kuwait, and Bahrain. In each of these countries, they are deliberately attacking innocent civilians. They've done this more than 300 times, which demonstrates their true nature as a global leader of terror. In just the last few days, the Iranian regime launched a reckless attack against civilian neighborhoods in Tel Aviv with cluster bombs, an inherently indiscriminate type of munition.
Cluster bombs.
We join countries across the region in condemning this aggression, and we stand shoulder to shoulder with our partners in bolstering our own defenses. In sum, I will reinforce what I've said before. Iran's capabilities are declining as our capabilities and advantages continue to build. And finally, I'd like to talk about the extraordinary 50,000 Americans who are deployed across the region executing this vital mission. It's long been my belief that every success we have begins and ends with our people. And today I'd like to recognize our unsung heroes, the sustainers enabling America's joint force to unleash this devastating firepower 24/7. To be clear, there's no other military on earth that does logistics like the U.S. military, and our team is at the top of their game today. They're managing distribution networks that span thousands of miles to ensure that munitions, fuel, and supplies reach warfighters on the front line on time, every time. To all our sustainers and logisticians, thank you and keep up the great work. And to the entire Operation Epic Fury team, keep pushing, remain steady, fight to win. Thanks so much and Godspeed.
There we go. There you have it. Again, some more imagery here, again, of the before and after of some of those facilities there. Again, this was an IRGC drone factory. Before and after, again, those strikes that the U.S. has undertaken there. Some more statements here given by Trump 10 hours ago aboard Air Force One. Again, this is Trump on alleged pro-Khomeini rally images that, again, have been displayed all across social media and mainstream media over the past few days here. Let's listen in what he had to say.
Oh, one other thing that was AI generated. They showed about 250,000 people in a square saying how much they love Khomeini. Totally AI generated. It never took place. The media knew it didn't take place, but they built it up like they have great support. They don't have support. And that whole rally that they had 3 days ago, 4 days ago, that they said was fake. It was AI generated. AI can be very dangerous. We have to be very careful with it. But the rally, because I was actually surprised to see, because I know how much the people hate this leadership.
There's one thing I can agree with him on from these statements is that, yes, AI can be very, very dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, again, if you haven't seen the video I put out, I would recommend you go and check that out again. It's over on our channel. Miss Tiger, thank you so much for the super chat. Highly appreciate it. Highly appreciate it. It says, thank you for being awesome, Nemico. I've heard this term being floated around quite a bit the past few weeks. Nemico. Also, I love all you Nemicoians, she says. Awesome. Thank you so much, Miss Tiger. I highly appreciate it again. Again, the support goes a long, long way. But again, President Trump here, again, just, commenting on, some of the images we've seen of some of those pro-Khomeini rallies coming out of Iran. Again, there was confirmed to have been a few clips from those rallies that were generated with AI to look like there were more people in attendance than there were actually. I believe I actually went through one of those clips possibly during the AI video. I don't remember. That might have been on one of the examples. I don't remember exactly. But we have seen, again, quite a few of those clips there of them inflating numbers at some of those rallies. Betsy says AI is the new excuse when news doesn't like what's on the or when he doesn't like what's on the news. Yes, I have seen that. Yes, I mean that is an unfortunate circumstance here. We have seen that used as an excuse, but again, it goes without saying that AI and its use in misinformation and propaganda is a widespread and rampant issue that is yet to be addressed in any significant capacity. Which I don't think it will ever be able to be addressed in any significant capacity, again, as the technology continues to advance. But yeah, I mean, and I talked about this in that video that I put out about how, with this problem comes another symptom, which is that people stop believing real footage, right? And yes, like the media, will sometimes blame something they, don't agree with on it being AI when it is in fact real footage. That has also been a symptom of some of the things that we've seen. But again, it goes without saying that the overarching problem here of AI generated imagery and video being used for propaganda and misinformation is a far worse problem than I think a lot of people understand. As Kathy Chick says, can AI be debunked? Yes, it can be debunked. It takes work, though, and a lot of people, they're not just going to stop and put in that work. When these videos and images are being spread at the rate that they are, a lot of people just believe them right off the bat, and it's hard to, again, fact check these things at a rate that is fast enough, and in such a way that people will be alerted to the fact that they are AI, right? And so you end up having millions, hundreds of millions of people believing this footage and this imagery that they're seeing, again, with no mediator to kind of, alert them to the fact that what they are watching is in fact AI. Again, I go into more detail on that in that video that I put out again. It's called AI is Lying to You About the Iran War. It's live over on our YouTube channel now. Highly recommend you go and take a look at that if you have not seen that video yet. 10 hours ago here, Southern Lebanon operation. IDF troops eliminated militants and undercover Hezbollah weapons at a targeted compound in a separate incident. 2 armed Hezbollah operatives advancing toward the forces were struck and killed. Let's take a look at this footage here. Too Tall, thank you so much for the super chat over there in the YouTube live chat. Highly appreciate it. Highly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. He says, so what do you think the Marines that are heading to the region will be tasked to do? Take Karg Island, B, locate all of Iran's enriched uranium, or C, drink beer and find love, D, all of the above. As I mentioned earlier in the week when we got that information, when that was breaking, again, I think there's 3 primary possibilities here for when those Marines, when that Marine Expeditionary Unit finally makes it to the region. Again, these are my 3 top possibilities here. One is nothing, right? One is they come to theater, they hang out on those vessels, or possibly they get dispersed among some of these Gulf nations here at some of those bases. They're to shore up defenses at some of those bases. And again, they just hold tight and they do nothing. Again, just kind of like a measure to increase the readiness level across the region, increase that security posture. The second most likely thing, which I haven't seen reported on a lot, is that they will transit up through the strait into the Mediterranean and possibly assist Israel in Lebanon here against Hezbollah. That is probably the second biggest possibility I see. The third possibility here, which I think is less likely, although still possible, is yes, that they, again, conduct an amphibious landing on islands like Karg, and some of the other islands that are distributed here across the strait, again, to secure a foothold on some of those islands and possibly, again, take over that oil infrastructure from Iran. That is possible. Will we see that Marine Expeditionary Unit venture into Iran to secure some of those enriched uranium sites? I do not think that is in the cards. If the U.S. was to conduct an operation of that sort, it would probably be done with U.S. Special Operations Forces within Iran. Again, hauling an entire Marine Expeditionary Unit into Iran would be a very costly operation. It would be extremely hard to logistically support them and to strategically support them as they conducted that operation. I think that's highly less likely. If anything, possibly these islands here. But again, I stand by my assessment that most likely we'll see them do nothing, essentially. Again, possibly sitting on those vessels again, or, being distributed across some of these bases here in the region to shore up, again, the security posture in that area. Or, again, second most likelihood here is them to transit up to the Mediterranean and assist Israel in their operations in Lebanon against Hezbollah. Again, that is my current assessment at this time based on all available information that I have. Again, it's going to be another about 9 or 10 days here, maybe a little less if they're really hightailing it to get here to the region. So again, it remains to be seen how that is going to unfold, but we'll keep an eye on that as developments warrant. Again, thank you so much, Too Tall. Highly appreciate the support over there. Also, Tiger Eye, appreciate you. I appreciate you dropping the link there in the chat for the video. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen that yet, go check that out. if you want to learn more about the problem with AI and misinformation here in this ongoing conflict. 10 hours ago from CENTDEFENDER, U.S. Central Command, Sentcom has posted an update. We just watched that just moments ago. Don't want to run that through you guys again, but 10 hours ago, Sentcom also gave an update saying U.S. forces have carried out more than 6,000 combat sorties, striking over 90 targets on Karg Island, while destroying or damaging more than 100 Iranian naval vessels during the campaign. And again, some footage here from Sentcom can be seen here on your screen now of some of those aircraft taking off from vessels across the region here for strikes within Iran. Another one of my mods, Online Link, big shout out to you, actually just sent me an image of a chart from the Dow today, and actually I was going to bring this up earlier and I forgot, so thank you so much for reminding me. Second here. Yeah, so if you're looking at the 5-day chart for the Dow, this is what the Dow is currently looking like here. Again, those markets are definitely not handling the situation too well. Today we are up a little bit. Today we're up about 0.83%, but we're down a good 1.73% over the past 5 days here. If you're looking at the month here, we're down 5.2% on the Dow Jones Industrial Index here. So again, and if you head over to rPanel here, our economic volatility is still sitting at a staggering 23.5 on the VIX here on the volatility index, which is again very high. Again, we're prior to the war, on average we were sitting at around a 16.7 give or take on the VIX, and again we are still sitting at about a 23.5 there, with our threat index globally here again sitting at a high 71.6 across the board. So again, yeah, very volatile situation there. And again, big shout out to Online Link for sending that over to me. Appreciate you for reminding me on that one. Again, this is that footage of the Karachi transiting the strait earlier today with Abu Dhabi's crude oil on board. Again, one of the only vessels to have transited the strait over the past 24 hours here. 10 hours ago, IDF strikes deep in Tehran, targeting Iranian facilities tied to satellite attack capabilities. The Israeli Air Force, acting on precise intelligence, hit a compound linked to Iran's military space program, including work tied to the, quote, Charman-1 satellite. And again, you can see some geolocated, if I go back here, hold on, give me a second here, some geolocated imagery here of where some of those targets were hit. And again, you can see here the main space research center of the Iranian Space Agency has been destroyed in those strikes. 10 hours ago from the White House, Trump is speaking with European allies and many countries in the region over opening the Strait of Hormuz. Also, 10 hours ago, we had reports of explosions in Doha, Qatar. Again, that's one of the reasons we've been continuously monitoring some of those feeds coming out of Qatar. Again, keeping an eye on the skylines there. 10 hours ago, White House, Trump and Xi meeting could be delayed, again, due to this ongoing war in the Middle East. Ten hours ago, Qatar's Ministry of Defense announces that the armed forces intercepted a missile attack targeting the state of Qatar. Again, that was 10 hours ago. Simultaneously, we had siren alerts in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Qatar, again, at the same time. 10 hours ago, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, told CNBC Monday that the upcoming meeting between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping, which is scheduled for later this month, may be delayed due to logistics amid the Iran war. Also, 10 hours ago, just in, Al Hadath reports, quote, Mujtaba Khamenei has appointed Mohsen Rezaei, former commander of the Revolutionary Guard, as his military advisor. So again, a new military advisor stepping up to the plate there to, again, advise that newly elected supreme leader. Also, 10 hours ago here, the UAE Ministry of Defense announced that the country's air defense systems had intercepted 6 ballistic missiles and 21 one-way attack drones launched so far today by Iran. Again, just today. 10 hours ago, the IDF says it has detected a new Iranian ballistic missile launch. Sirens are set to sound soon in Jerusalem and central Israel. And speaking of which, I'm going to unmute this now that we had those alerts come through. We had quite a few come through here just a few moments ago, again, across Israel. You can see those on your screen at this moment. Switch back over to our split focus here so we can keep an eye on that. 10 hours ago here, in some statements from Senator Fetterman here on Fox News, again, talking about the Iran war here. Let's have a listen as to what, again, was said here during this broadcast on good old Fox News.
And I largely agree with what the president said, that Iran has essentially been defeated. And why don't the Western medias just demand that Iran provide proof of life of the Ayatollah? Because I think the Iranians are doing kind of like a weekend at Ayatollahs, and they're trying to pretend this guy is functional or even alive at this point. And I think we just call them out and realize that they're a nation that's been effectively defeated, and they don't have any leadership. They're unwilling to even provide proof to refute that. So overall, I think it's entirely appropriate to remind the world that if you want their oil, you know, you need to help us to reopen the straits.
Yeah, I mean,
and I largely
a weekend at Bernie's situation going there, eh? 9 hours ago, U.S. Treasury Secretary on the Strait of Hormuz made some statements on CNBC. Let's give a listen here.
Well, let's pull that apart. So we are seeing more and more the fuel ships start to go through. The Iranian ships have been getting out already, and we've let that happen to supply the rest of the world. We've seen Indian ships go out now, so the Indians who rely very heavily on Gulf oil. We believe some Chinese ships have gone out. So that should start ramping up before there are any the flotillas or protective armadas in the Gulf. So we think that there will be a natural opening that the Iranians are letting out, and for now we're fine with that. We want the world to be well supplied. The other thing that we did, we gave a 30-day waiver for Russian oil that was already on the water. Well,
so again, just talking about the situation there in the Strait. You know, yeah, we have seen, again, Iranian vessels transiting, of course, right? We haven't struck those. Again, China and India are highly dependent on that oil, as well as many other countries, right? Not just Iranian oil, but other oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. I think it accounts for something like 20 or 30% of China's oil intake, if not more. Again, which is huge, absolutely huge numbers there when you put that into perspective. John Holt, thank you so much for the membership there in the live chat. Again, over there on YouTube. Highly appreciated, John. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second here, guys. Again, just going through a few things that were sent over my way. If you haven't voted in the live chat poll, in the YouTube's live chat, go drop your vote over there right now, because, again, we're about to end that off here. When we get to the end of these open source intelligence updates here on X, we'll end that poll off. So, again, go ahead over there and vote in the live chat poll if you haven't already. Also, again, if you guys are just tuning in, hit the like button below. Again, super, super helpful. Again, 9 hours ago here, Doha, Qatar was under attack. That was 9 hours ago. As well as that, 9 hours ago, no injuries have been reported following Iran's latest ballistic missile salvo on Israel. Again, that was the 5th attack launched since midnight last night. So kind of an uptick there with attacks coming into Israel from Iran. Again, Qatar had said that they had intercepted one of those missiles from Iran. That was 9 hours ago. 9 hours ago, German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius, again, we did not start this war, saying, what does the world expect? What does Donald Trump expect from a handful or two handfuls of European frigates to achieve there in the Strait of Hormuz, which the powerful American Navy cannot? Also, 9 hours ago, Iran is asking India to free 3 tankers seized in February as part of broader talks to ensure safe passage for India's ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and also seeking supplies of medicines and medical equipment. Cuban, in an update in Cuba today, I know some people had been asking me about this. Again, 9 hours ago, Cuban protesters stormed the Communist Party's HQ, ransacked the building, and tried to set it ablaze in this footage you're seeing here on screen today. Again, this is why we have Cuba listed as a, again, threat elevated topic here over in the Discord server, and we have rPanel monitoring it as well. Again, possibly we might see further heightened activity here in Cuba in the coming weeks and months. Very well could be on the list again next for possible U.S. operations within Cuba. Again, that idea has been floated around in the intel community for quite some time now. And again, we're seeing increased civil unrest across Cuba here over the past few weeks. Again, oil back under $100 a barrel. Again, it did drop down a little bit today. Again, currently sitting at about $100.86 here on Brent futures. Again, so it's been fluctuating. Again, it dropped down a little bit today. I believe over here on Google, again, it's sitting at about 93.23 right now. However, again, it remains to be seen if those prices continue to fall due to some of this news coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, or if it will hold steady at 100, or if it's going to, again, increase after maybe further developments. Again, remains to be seen. Remains to be seen. Trump, 9 hours ago, says the crazed Democrats are now not allowing TSA agents to get paid. The deal was made a long time ago. They broke it in order to get money for sanctuary cities and illegal aliens, many of them hardened criminals. Again, some more statements there given today, again, referring to, again, the Democrats and their, again, stance on the TSA agents here getting paid. Again, referring to that government shutdown, which is ongoing here in the United States. No, it's Iran, not related, but again, this feed doesn't just aggregate Iranian news. We're aggregating updates from geopolitical events globally. So you might see a couple of those posts here. Again, right now, past few weeks, this feed has been dominated by news out of Iran, of course, as it is kind of the primary topic here. Iran's security chief said today, quote, a message addressed to Muslims around the world and to the governments of the Islamic countries consisting of 6 points will be published shortly. I believe we already have that in the feed. However, we might still be waiting on that. We'll find out here shortly. 9 hours ago, last night, heavy strikes across Iran were conducted by U.S. and Israeli forces here. Let's take a look at some of this footage again of fires burning after some of those strikes occurred there in Tehran. And with that, again, more strikes occurring in Tehran there. 9 hours ago, East Jerusalem, Islamic regime shrapnel, no injuries were reported here. Again, you can see one of those missile bodies that we were looking at earlier sitting through somebody's roof. Again, further proof that just because those missiles are intercepted does not mean again, that falling debris cannot cause material damage and personnel casualties here. 9 hours ago, coming from the Qatari Ministry of Defense, again, says the Ministry of Defense of the state of Qatar announces that the armed forces successfully intercepted a second wave of attacks which targeted the state of Qatar. I believe that's 3 in just the past 12 hours, if I'm not mistaken, on Qatar. 9 hours ago, coming from OSINT Technical and Reuters here, German government official responding to U.S. demands for NATO countries to assist in opening the Strait of Hormuz said that it was unclear if the U.S. had made a, quote, official request for assistance. Some statement here from President Trump earlier today. He said, quote, they put out statements that if you protest, you will be shot and killed. The protesters have no guns. Again, referring to some of the ongoing civil unrest that is, occurring sporadically here in some areas of Iran. Again, directly due to the war here in Iran. Again, we've seen, mixed evidence here out of Iran. You do have some parties which are, again, in support of the regime. And you have quite a lot that is, again, directly opposed to the regime at the moment. And, again, starting to kind of stand up more and more, whether that be through protests and stuff like that or otherwise. However, again, it remains to be seen how that will develop here in the coming weeks. 9 hours ago, UN Chief Antonio Guterres will deliver remarks marking the International Day Combating Islamophobia. And that's expected to be given in an address here, I believe, later today, if not tomorrow. 9 hours ago, Iran's leadership is in no better shape, desperate and hiding. They've gone underground cowering. That's what rats do. Again, this is a direct statement from Secretary of War Petey Pete McPete Hegseth. 9 hours ago, Trump says, quote, "If we left right now, 10 plus years to rebuild, but I'm still not declaring it over." InfoWar Poet, thank you so much for subscribing. Highly appreciate it. Highly appreciate it. I showed you this post earlier today. Iran's foreign minister says, quote, "The Strait of Hormuz is only shut down to our enemies and those supporting their aggression." Again, that statement was given during a state TV broadcast just 9 hours ago. Miss Tiger Eye, yes, the strikes on the strike counter are from the last stream. I will go ahead and remove those now. If we see any further strikes, we will restart that counter here momentarily. 9 hours ago, Iran's police chief, Radan, says 500 people have been arrested on accusations of sharing wartime footage and information with foreign media and what authorities call enemy forces. Again, that's coming directly from Iran. All right, Iran's police chief saying that. Again, 500 people have been arrested on accusations of sharing wartime footage and information with foreign media and what authority calls enemy forces. Again, directly coming from, again, statements from that Iranian police chief on state TV. 9 hours ago, a report says U.S. intel suggests late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei doubted his son Moshaba's ability to succeed him, reportedly calling him not very bright. President Trump told NBC, "I don't know if he's even alive. So far, nobody's been able to show him." Again, oil crashing in price earlier today, again, did come down quite significantly, however, bounced back up. Again, sitting at about $100.86 a barrel. 9 hours ago, again, Trump talking about Cuba. Again, speaking more on the Cuba situation here, as I just mentioned a few moments ago. Yeah, Lucolo asking, why are we showing old news? It's like 9 hours ago. Again, this is how we do things here. Again, I get everybody caught up on the last 12 hours. We're doing our last 12-hour rundown here. I started about 12 hours, and I scroll back to the most recent news posts so that everybody can get caught up on what's happened over the course of the day. Again, and then we'll look at the stuff that's coming out over like the past few minutes here. We'll get a look at the new stuff. So stand by for that. But again, we're sitting at around 9 hours ago here, and we're moving our way back in time again to get everybody updated on what's going on over the course of the past 12 hours or so here. Again, in those statements here from Trump saying Cuba also wants to make a deal, and I think we will pretty soon. Either make a deal, right here, guys, this is the indicator, or do whatever we have to do. But we're going to do Iran before Cuba. Again, guys, there's been many, 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 many more intelligence indicators about this situation here, and that is exactly why we are monitoring it. Again, we have elevated that threat indicator level in Discord. That's why it has its dedicated channel right now for Cuba, all right? And again, that's why we have tasked out, again, rPanel to start monitoring developments out of Cuba, all right? It's because, again, possibility for maybe some kind of U.S. involvement in Cuba, again, that's on the table. Let's listen to these statements, again, given by President Trump earlier today aboard Air Force One. Aboard Air Force Uno.
You're talking to Cuba. What do you want to hear from them, and what is that risk for them?
I am holding Cuba. Cuba's a failed nation. Cuba also wants to make a deal, and I think we will pretty soon, or either make a deal or do whatever we have to do. We have a lot of great people that happen to vote for Trump. Not that that matters, but we have a lot of great people from Cuba that were violently and viciously thrown out of the country, and worse, their families were killed. And so we're talking to Cuba, but we're going to do Iran before Cuba.
And what is that risk?
And people have been waiting 50 years to hear this story with Cuba. And when I left Palm Beach today, there were thousands of people on the road. I'm sure you saw them. And they were from Cuba and from Venezuela, all friendly, waving the flag and waving the American flag. They've been waiting 50 years for what's happening with Cuba. So I think something will happen with Cuba pretty quickly.
You're talking to Cuba. What do you want to hear?
Again, guys, we're going to keep an eye closely on that situation there. Possibly in the coming weeks, if the situation with Iran in the Middle East wraps up, that could be, again, the next situation that we are monitoring closely. Again, with Cuba. Along with many others. Currently in the Discord, we have 4 countries currently in our threat elevated index. Again, the U.S. being one due to civil unrest and possible terrorist attacks / lone wolf attacks that have been occurring here within the country. Second is Mexico, again, due to the ongoing cartel violence and cartel war that has broken out there over the past few weeks. Again, we've been monitoring that quite closely. Of course, Venezuela was brought down from a critical status to a threat elevated status. Again, that's still, being monitored as a threat elevated status there, again, due to the events that unfolded earlier this year there in Venezuela. That situation does seem to be calming down at the moment. Possibly that threat elevated status will be removed eventually for that area. And then, of course, Cuba. For our critical tracking here over in the Discord server and on rPanel, of course, we have the Middle East currently. We have the Ukraine-Russian war, and then, of course, we have China and Taiwan. Again, that is the next major, the next major global conflict that we are looking at here. Again, is a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. And so that is why that is, again, been elevated to a critical status, and we've seen quite a bit of movement over the past 48 to 72 hours there. In the South Pacific, again, as China continues to ramp up, operations and pressure in and around the Taiwan Strait there. Again, further, moving into Taiwan's, territorial waters and stuff in that area. Again, that is why that is at a critical level. We've been continuing to monitor that situation, and no doubt, again, that China is, again, continuing to prepare for that eventuality of them looking at taking Taiwan. Again, they set that goal of 2027 to be ready to invade Taiwan. A lot of speculation in the intel community lately is that they might make a move sooner. Again, due to the U.S. and some of its allies being so distracted here by what's going on in the Middle East. That remains to be seen. I don't believe, again, my assessment at the moment, and this is my personal assessment here, is that, everybody kind of has a little bit, has bitten off a little bit more than they can chew at the moment, including the Chinese. I don't think that they're going to jump at that. However, we have seen some interesting activity in the Taiwan Strait here and in the South Pacific over the past 48 to 72 hours here. Some increased movement there. Again, more of that, breaching of, Taiwan's territorial waters and air defense zones in and around Taiwan, which is not new. That's something they've been doing for years, of course, right? But again, it's a situation to keep a close eye on. I recommend a lot of you intel buffs and analysts that are over there in the Discord server in the coming days and weeks here. I would like you guys to start paying more attention to China and Taiwan. I know we are focusing a lot, very heavily on what's going on in Iran here, but don't let situations like Ukraine and Russia, and especially China, Taiwan, get thrown to the back burner. And again, we can't forget about what the possibilities are there and what's going on there. So again, if you guys can, some of you intel analysts, again, that have been posting a lot in the Discord server, start taking up different tasks in reference to China, Taiwan. Start populating some of those channels with data and reports as you get them. Things like radar, air traffic radar, naval activity, geospatial, signals intelligence, etc. Also cameras. We want to start collecting more camera feeds, webcam feeds from China and Taiwan, and from the South Pacific. Again, so we could start getting kind of like a list of those together to monitor. But again, I highly recommend you guys start doing that. Start getting some data into those channels for that category. Because again, no doubt that is our next major global conflict here that we are looking at, and it could possibly be sooner than later. Anyway, getting back to our reporting here on what's going on in the Middle East. Let's keep going. 9 hours ago, Trump said, quote, "Iran is not ready for a deal." That comes right as Iran very publicly stated they are not ready for a deal either. They do not want a deal. They do not want to negotiate at the moment at all. That is for sure. Lee says there's rumors that Argentina are going to take the Falklands back. I had heard some whisperings of that. Nine hours ago, Trump said, the quote, the cost of conflict with Iran is negligible. Negligible. Words are hard, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I think if you said this to the families of those deceased U.S. Service members, they would probably disagree. 9 hours ago, U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, says, quote, Iran wants to hold the world economy hostage. The Gulf Arab countries are dealing with this painful reality, and that's why they're standing with us to ensure Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what he said here today. Again, this was in an interview here he gave on CNN.
I mean, look at what they're doing to global energy supplies. Look at what they're trying to do in terms of constraining the world's economy with drones and boats. One could only imagine if they had a nuclear arsenal or if they had a nuclear weapon. That's what many of these Gulf Arab countries have woken up to, that they now realize, and why they've been so supportive and are standing with us as we seek to ensure this regime can never have a nuclear weapon, which President Trump has been consistent about for 10 years.
If not longer.
I mean, look at what they're doing.
9 hours ago, Iran, morgues overflowing with regime casualties. This footage, again, came directly out of Iran. Again, earlier today. Again, showing, again, a view inside one of these warehouse buildings. It was a garage. I'm not sure exactly what building this was. We don't have geolocation data on that. But, again, this did come from Iran today. I believe this was shown on one of the state media channels there, actually, at one point over the course of the day. Again, you can see many, many coffins lined up there, draped with the Iranian flag. Tommy in Indiana, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. 9 hours ago, the Israeli military spokesperson, Shoshani, said they are, quote, there are, quote, detailed operational plans for the war with Iran over the next 3 weeks, quote, along with additional plans extending further. So, again, in it for the long run. Again, the IDF is stating there. 9 hours ago yesterday, the U.S. Navy Super Hornet seen making a low-altitude gun run maneuver over Iran's strategic port of Chabahar. Let's take a look at this footage here on screen.
Look at it.
I will say, I'll go out on a limb here, the Burt is not as satisfying as the A-10 Warthog, but still pretty cool nonetheless to see that Super Hornet in action. Still a very capable aircraft. Statement from the New York Post says, Trump briefed that Iran's new supreme leader, Moshtaba Khamenei, is probably gay. This is a legit post coming from the New York Post. Again, this again came from people that were close to the administration, close to President Trump. Again, this was briefed. This is actual intelligence that was briefed to the U.S. president. Again, this comes as we've had, the other tidbits of information, saying that Khamenei, kind of disowned his son, Mujtaba, going as far as to call him not very bright. And he was also, again, said to have been, off of the list for, again, secession. Interesting stuff. 9 hours ago, Israeli strikes Iran's space program, crippling satellite production and communications. Tehran's satellites reportedly offline during the war. This is coming from N12. 9 hours ago, New York Post report, U.S. intelligence official believes Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, may be gay. A claim that reportedly caught President Trump off guard during a briefing. Sources say President Trump laughed aloud. Interesting stuff. Benjamin Netanyahu posts a new video, confirms he's alive and well. Again, this is like one of a dozen videos that they've had to put out over the past few days here, again, to reassure the public that he is indeed not dead.
פה עם שיר ושיר.
I don't know, maybe we can take a deep dive into this one, see if maybe this one's AI. A lot of people saying that a lot of these are AI videos. 9 hours ago, again, Trump on question about secret Iran military plans. He says, quote, I don't talk to people like you about that. Why would I tell you I'm sending or not sending? I don't talk military strategy. Why would I answer that, he says.
That we are nowhere near sending ground troops to the Middle East.
I don't talk to people like you about that. I mean, why would I tell you I'm sending or not sending? I don't talk about military strategy. Who would talk about?
Bubba says we got some activity on flight radar. I'll take a look here real quick. Got a line of military planes here. Yeah, we got 1 Stratotanker, 2 Stratotanker, 3 Stratotanker. Whenever I do this, reminds me of the vampire from Sesame Street. Airbus here. Whenever I start counting the Stratotankers. Oh yeah, quite a line here. 1 KC-46A. Ha ha ha. 2 airborne refuelers. Ha ha ha. 3. We got 4. 5. You got a Rockwell B-1 Lancer bomber. Guys, this is the first time we've seen the B-1 on flight radar above Saudi Arabia right here. You guys are getting it first, live. You guys are getting it first here, live. B-1B Lancer bomber. Currently flying above Saudi Arabian airspace. You got another KC-135 right there. Another KC-135. Got an Airbus A400M. Another KC-135. Another KC-135. Another KC-135. Yeah, the activity. Wow, another one right there. Holy cow. And another one. This might be a new record here, guys. This might be a new record right now. Bubba, thank you for giving me the heads up here. Too Easy says the B-1 was on radar refueling yesterday. I didn't catch it. This is the first time I've actually seen it on, at least over Saudi Arabian airspace so far. Yes, Paul, the count. That's who I was referring to. That's right. It's been a bit. It's been a bit since I've seen good old Sesame Street. But yeah, counting. That's how I feel. I feel like the count. Again, from Sesame Street when I'm counting all these planes here. This might be a new record of how many we've seen in the air at once. Let's do a count. Let's do a count. I guess starting with the KC-2 Voyager over Cyprus, we got 1 refueler, 2 refueler, 3, 4, 5. We got 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 that I can see right here on screen in front of me. There might be a few more scattered about, but 17 refueler planes. Guys, keep in mind, how many aircraft these can support. Each of these aircraft, how many aircraft they can refuel and keep supported in the air at any one given moment in time. Again, approximately, they're capable of refueling up to 12 planes, give or take, right? So 17, I think this is a new record. Yeah, Suicide Jockey says we counted 14 the other day. Including the other aircraft, not Stratotankers, though, this definitely takes the cake. And again, pretty cool to see this B-1 bomber over Saudi Arabia at the moment. We got that B-1. We got the Airbus A400M there. We also have our drones. Go ahead and filter to military here. Yeah, wow. Wow. This definitely takes the cake, I think, so far. Yeah, Suicide says about 12 planes on average. I mean, usually a little less. But, I mean, 17 right here on, you know, wow. Yeah, what was that? About 17 refuelers. You know, you're looking at probably 204 fighter and reconnaissance aircraft that are most likely, again, this is an estimate here, that are likely active in this region, in this airspace here at this moment, for all of those refuelers in the air. You know what I mean? With how many planes they can support at any one given moment in time. You know, you're looking at, you know, a couple hundred aircraft that we don't see, again, that are operating in this airspace at the moment. Yeah, yeah. What is it? 30,000? I thought it was like 30,000 gallons per tanker. About 100,000. Yeah, over 30,000 gallons of fuel. So let's do the math on that one. Let's just say 30,000, a cool 30,000 times 17 tanker aircraft. You're looking at about 510,000 gallons of fuel, right? Each one of those planes weighs about 150,000 pounds in fuel, right? So you're talking 2,550,000 pounds of fuel up in the air right now, just in the tankers that we can see here on screen. Keep in mind, there's many others here in this airspace that do not have their transponders on, as these guys are heading back into land, most definitely here. And no doubt the ones that we saw go out earlier were shift change for some of these planes here. Yeah, about 30 to 50,000 gallons of fuel. Yeah, I would say about 200 planes, give or take, again, could very well be operating in this airspace at the moment. That's fighter aircraft, reconnaissance aircraft, signals, intelligence, you know, ISR aircraft, early warning, etc. could be operating in this airspace at the moment. With how many refuelers we are seeing. Very active, very busy, very, very busy. Yeah, I'm shocked to see this many and the B-1 simultaneously. Again, we haven't seen that B-1 pop up over Saudi Arabia. At least I have not yet. Again, people saying in the chat that they had seen it getting refueled again at some point yesterday. But to see it over Saudi Arabia here with its transponder on, again, is a first for me since this started, since this operation started about 2 weeks ago. So in this 2 weeks, I haven't seen that B-1 pop up here in, you know, over the Gulf nations yet. This is a first. Yeah, and a Suicide Jockey says 14 that we counted the other day was a shocker. 17 plus a B-1 and Airbus. You got the MQ-9 Reapers. You got the Protector as well. The 9B Protector as well is up. Yeah, a lot of activity happening in the skies at the moment. A lot. Yeah, and that is a lot of jet fuel. That is a lot of JP-8. I believe they're using JP-8, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that is a lot of fuel. A lot of fuel. Wow. Yeah, again, you've seen it here first, folks. 17. Our count is 17, including a B-1B Lancer bomber. We will keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on that for sure. All right, we're going to get back into our X feed here. We'll keep an eye closely on that. If any of you aircraft buffs in the chat, want to keep tabs on that, let me know if you see anything interesting develop there. 9 hours ago, U.S. Sentcom releases a video, speaking of which, of the B-1B bomber. Again, the video of the B-1B, known as the Bone, refueling mid-air over the Middle East during Operation Epic Fury. The bomber, capable of carrying 75,000 pounds of explosives and holding speed at and range records there. And this is some footage here of one of those bombers refueling with a KC-135R, again, during this operation. Aaron says he sent that in Discord last night. Was that in the aircraft? I might have seen that. Was that in the aircraft? Yeah, there was a lot on screen yesterday. E2D, we saw an E2D. C-40 Clipper. I'm trying to find that. Oh yeah, you didn't have the screenshot of it. I see, Aaron. You just posted that it was happening. Yeah, that'd have been cool if we had a screenshot. I would have showed that. What country, Aaron? Do you remember what country that was floating over? Where they were operating above? Sean asked, do the American refuel aircraft support Israeli aircraft as well? I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. John says, I saw one transponding as a crop duster yesterday. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of activity here in the skies above the Middle East. Again, very cool seeing that B-1 bomber up and running. And then, of course, we got aircraft here, again, taking off from, looks like from Saudi Arabia here, KC-135Rs. Again, operating with transponders on right above the Persian Gulf at the moment. But that B-1 bomber, that's the hot topic here. Pretty cool stuff. Aaron said they just sent the photo. Let me check. Stand by. Oh, so that was out over... Was that out over the Gulf? No, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, this is the footage... Or, sorry, this is the image that Aaron posted yesterday of them... Hold on, give me 1 second. Of them refueling here. Let me zoom out on that so you guys can see that better. This is the image he sent yesterday of the B-1B refueling with the KC-135R. It looks like, yeah, they were refueling over probably the Gulf here. I mean, that's definitely looks to be water. Obviously. Of course. Interesting stuff. They were refueling at... between Cyprus and Israel. Okay. Right on. Yeah. So over the Mediterranean, they were refueling. They were hovering around 22,000 feet, running a refueling operation there. Again, over the Mediterranean. And our B-1 bomber has gone transponder dark. Alrighty. Well, again, we saw it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting. Yeah, a lot of activity happening right now in the skies above the Middle East when it comes to aircraft. Keep an eye on that. If you guys see it pop back up, we'll take a look at it. Very cool. All right, continuing on here. French President Macron yesterday says, quote, I have just spoken with Iranian president, saying, quote, I called him to put an immediate end to the unacceptable attacks Iran is carrying out against countries in the region, whether directly or through their proxies. 9 hours ago, an Islamic regime state plane has been eliminated. This is like the equivalent of their Air Force One, I guess you could say that. You know, it's, again, a diplomatic plane. Has been destroyed. 9 hours ago, a third sailor from the USS Gerald R. Ford, CVN-78, was injured in last week's fire aboard the ship that started with the within the laundry spaces. Again, originally we had reports that there were no injuries. However, they've gone back on that, and slowly there's been like a trickle of information coming out. You know, one at a time they've announced another injury or two here and there. Again, during that fire, again, minor injuries from what we've heard. Just, you know, minor burns and stuff. Nothing too major. And again, initial reports here, again, said that they, you know, again, were transported to a hospital to receive further medical help and then have since returned to duty. Again, waiting to get more information on that. 9 hours ago, an Iraqi security source told Al Arabi, Qatar, that 5 were killed and 10 others injured in an airstrike on a pro-Iranian militia checkpoint in Iraq, near the Syrian border. Let's take a look at this footage here. Hold on, let me scroll so you guys can see. There you go. I already reported on this earlier, so I won't go back into that. Again, some more statements from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Again, they're canceling, they're more than likely canceling that meeting between Trump and President Xi Jinping. Again, due to the ongoing logistical hurdles here caused by the Iran war. Let's listen in to what they had to say.
Well, let's split that up. First of all, I want to absolutely bifurcate that if the president's visit.
Real quick, for those who are just tuning in, if you guys can do me a solid, hit the like button down below, share the stream to anybody that maybe could benefit from seeing this reporting, would be highly appreciated. Let's give this a listen here.
Bifurcate that if the president's visit, and I'm saying if the president's visit is postponed, it would have nothing to do with the Chinese making a commitment to the Straits of Hormuz. It would obviously be in their interest to do so, but a postponement would not be as a result of any ask from the president not being met. The postponement, if it happens, would be because the commander-in-chief of the United States military believes that he should stay in the United States while this war is being prosecuted. Let's...
There we go. There's some more of those statements there from the Treasury Secretary, and some more statements here from President Trump aboard Air Force One, speaking about NATO's involvement here. Let's give this a listen here.
Remember, like as an example, in many cases, the NATO countries, we're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. As many, it's got a notion in between us. It doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, which is just keeping the Strait open. And by comparison, it's small because Iran has very little firepower left. Remember,
Might have been hard to hear there what he was saying, but he was, again, bottom line up front, he basically just said, quote, we're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. It's got an ocean in between us. It doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It would be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, again, referring to helping with the security there in the Strait of Hormuz. Again, he also mentioned his relationship with, again, the Prime Minister of Israel there, Netanyahu. I would say is extraordinary, actually, he said. Interesting. 8 hours ago, the U.S. has heavily relied on European bases to enable the current campaign against Iran. Again, I've talked about this over the past few reports here over the past week. A lot of the footage we've seen of those long-range bomber strikes they've been taken off out of RAF Fairford in the UK there. Quite a lot. So keep that in mind. 8 hours ago, ABC News asked, can you say why we're sending 5,000 Marines? Trump said, shh, you're a very obnoxious person.
Can you explain why we're sending 5,000 Marines and sailors? Can you explain why you're a very obnoxious person? Go ahead, what were you going to say?
All right. 8 hours ago, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed in a CNBC interview that the U.S. is now allowing Iranian oil tankers to transit the Strait of Hormuz. Again, I believe this is kind of a move to appease China and India. Again, they're really heavily reliant on Iranian oil and also other oil coming out of the Strait. So, again, that's most likely why they're doing that. That's also most likely why they've, again, kind of tried to stay hands-off as much as they can on a lot of that Iranian oil infrastructure. However, that remains, that could change. That definitely could change here in the coming days. Former U.S. House Speaker Newt Gingrich, good old Newt Gingrich, we haven't seen or heard from him in a while, says he suggested using a dozen thermonuclear detonations to blast open a new channel, creating a waterway wider than the Panama Canal, deeper than the Suez, and safe from Iranian attacks. Again, could be used there. Could be a good viable plan, he thinks. Again, to open up a second channel out of those Gulf nations. Something like from here to here. You know what I mean, or from here to here, something like that, or possibly right here across. Where Dubai is. They utilize 12 nuclear bombs and just blow a massive trench open across the peninsula here. in order to, again, allow for the flow of energy and to directly bypass the strait. I've seen that idea floated around a couple times here, but again, it remains to be seen if that... I mean, of course, I doubt that would ever happen. Whoever just subscribed, I missed your name. I saw it pop on screen there. But again, thank you so much for subscribing. To whomever you are, I saw you there. Don't worry, you did not go unnoticed. I just didn't catch the name. Yeah, that would be an interesting idea there. I've seen that float around quite a bit. Let's just use some nuclear bombs to blow open a new strait, and then we don't have to worry about reopening the Strait of Hormuz. 8 hours ago, several security checkpoints in Tehran, including ones tucked under overpasses, were hit in attacks overnight. Iran International reports the assaults targeted inspection points across the city. I know that I talked to you guys earlier about this. Again, many checkpoints have opened up across Tehran and other cities across Iran. Again, they're stopping people, citizens of Iran, checking their phones, looking for footage or communications. Again, you know, looking for possible spies or people that are dissenting against the IRGC. Tehran today, again, an image on screen here of some of the strikes that have occurred there today. Coming from Scent Defender 8 hours ago during an interview Sunday with the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, ABC, the UAE's Minister for International Cooperation, Reem Al-Hashimi, said the United Arab Emirates is doubling down on its agreement with the United States, again, for supporting them there. We had a leaked video of Khamenei drop earlier today. This was 8 hours ago. This is a leaked video of the deceased Iranian supreme leader that dropped. Let's give this a look real quick. Again, that's coming from open source intel. Again, some pretty interesting footage, again, of the late supreme leader, Ali Khamenei there. Interesting stuff, interesting stuff. 8 hours ago, Israeli interceptor missile lands inside Jerusalem Hasidic study hall here. You can see this footage on screen, again, of parts and pieces from that interceptor that fell through the roof there in Jerusalem. Sentcom released some fresh off the press footage today, again, targeting regime sites. You can take a look at this footage here on your screen now. Again, blowing up some of those mobile missile launch units and other targets there within Iran. Spain, again, has slammed Trump over the Iran war, saying it undermines global order and risks harming middle and working class citizens. Again, Spain has been very outspoken, again, against the U.S.'s operation here that is ongoing in the Middle East. Again, this is that same footage here. I believe there was a few other clips that we hadn't seen in that video, if I'm not mistaken. Footage 8 hours ago from a strike on IRGC headquarters in Hamadan in Iran there. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Again, a pretty sizable blast there can be seen. In 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen, as I just check a couple things that have come my way, that have been sent my way here. 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right, all right, all right, all right. All right, from the IDF, 8 hours ago, IDF Home Front Command, wartime rules unchanged until Wednesday night. Again, most schools remain closed. This comes as we had some reports of them possibly reopening some schools there. Education, it may continue in areas with accessible shelters, they say. Again, it does look like a lot of those wartime rules there for the IDF are still in place. 8 hours ago, IDF's 401st Brigade reported in advanced positions in Lebanon, likely near Hawula. You can see some images on your screens now, taken from some of those positions. That is one hell of a bedroll that guy has there. That is one hell of a sleep mat. Interesting. Again, just looking at some of the gear that they're wearing. Interesting hand mic. Not typical of what we see here in the U.S. It seems to be like an older hand mic there. But, yeah. Again, I've stated this before. I'm a really big fan of the IDF's use of olive drab. Or I don't even know if you could consider this olive drab. Some of their gear is olive drab for sure. But they got like a very unique color scheme there. They're one of the only modern militaries. I mean, there's a lot of modern militaries that aren't using OCP multicam. But, you know, they're one of the ones that, have been in active conflict that are not using multicam. Again, everybody is using multicam nowadays. That's the big new thing. Also, not sure if this is a water bottle here, if that guy has a 2-liter of Coca-Cola hanging out there in his radio pouch. Very interesting. Very interesting. Epi. Good to see you. Good to see you. Epi says, no sleep till knackered. P.S. just got here. Can we have a recap? Recap? Recap as of right now. Dubai was hit with drones. The airport there was shut down. The IDF has officially launched a ground incursion, a ground invasion, one could say, into Lebanon in a more official capacity. Again, I know I reported earlier this week that they were already there. But again, these images you're seeing here on screen, again, are coming out of Lebanon. The IDF, again, has moved in there. As for the rest, we're going through our open source intelligence reports here, working our way back in time on X, on our X feed, x.com/Nemico Network. Duma, thank you so much for the super chat there over in the YouTube live chat. Highly appreciated, Duma, and as always, Duma, I love seeing you tuning in. I love seeing you tune in. John Holt says an AT-4 inside that bedroll? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, it's hard to tell. You guys can't see the bottom of the image here. It doesn't look like there's an AT-4 in there. There could be. There could be an AT-4 stuffed in there. Actually, no. An AT-4 is way too long. We'd be seeing that popping up above the bottom or top of this here. Maybe a Law, or maybe like a smaller disposable rocket. Yeah, too big here for a AT-4 would be too big. And again, that comes from personal experience. The AT-4 is definitely longer than this bedroll that we see here on screen. But possibly another system there, possibly another system. Still, interesting stuff. I always like looking at different militaries and some of the gear and hardware that they're utilizing. They got these arc rails on their helmets, which are pretty interesting. These look like... trying to identify the helmets that they're using. It looks like most of them are using like standard ACHs of some kind, but they got like arc rails on them. Some are utilizing helmet covers. They're all low cuts, which is interesting as well. Not a lot of high cut, high speed, bump helmet type stuff. You know, a lot of the gear that they're using, you know, it's been honed, like what their loadouts are has been honed from experience in, you know, their past operations. Little PVS-14 there. They all seem to be using PVS-14s. Laura asks, what branch were you in, Nemico? Currently in the United States Army. Good old Army. 8 hours ago, Israeli Ambassador Danny Danon on Lebanon tension says, quote, Lebanon must restrain Hezbollah now, or we will. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. 8 hours ago, footage shows missiles raining down on Iran regime sites in Tehran. I actually showed you guys this same footage earlier, so I won't replay it again. I won't bore you guys with that one. Unless you want to see it. Unless you want to see it. Epi says, big bedroll, he likes his home comforts. Yeah, nothing wrong with carrying around a big bedroll if you know how to use it. Nothing wrong with lugging around a big bedroll, again, if it's, not going to slow you down. Curtis West says he's tuning in from Dayton, Ohio. Fuel's about $3 a gallon where he's tuning in from in Dayton. Suicide Jockey says, we had a steel pot with helmet liners. The helmet liners were painted silver and were called chrome domes in boot camp. That sounds like a good time. Iranian attack on Dubai airport. Here's some other images here that came from Dubai airport. Some of these were used in our thumbnail for this stream this evening. So you can see here, again, smoke rising over that airport today. Obey your system says draft imminent. I do not think so. It is my current assessment that I do not believe a draft will be necessary at all. Unless, the only possibility for a draft I see, and this is still a stretch, is a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. And if the U.S. got fully involved there, we may, and it's still a stretch, we may see a draft if we went in a full-out war with China. Boots on the ground scenario. Maybe. Maybe. Captain, yes, indeed. Indeed. Too Easy says most IDF use a similar PVS-14 style, but theirs have thermals. I have not heard of any PVS-13s that actually have thermals. Or sorry, PVS-14. Yeah, the duals. Yeah, I guess if you had duals, but the PVS-14, the tube, like this, the mono tube, does not have thermal. But if they were using a separate thermal optic in a binocular setup, with two tubes, where one tube is dedicated for thermal, one tube is dedicated, again, just IR, like a standard PVS-14, yeah. But again, as we saw in those images there a second ago, that is clearly just a standard PVS-14 optic. And a lot of the images I've seen of the IDF, again, a lot of them are using just that standard PVS-14. I've seen some 21s, I think, but mostly 14s, mostly 14s. Strikes against Iranian surface-to-air missile launchers and other military assets shown in footage published earlier today by U.S. Central Command. Again, I showed you this footage earlier today. I think there's a couple separate clips in here that weren't in that footage earlier, if I'm not mistaken. You know, 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. Checking a few messages that came my way. No, Captain, not the Natty. Not the Natty, active. But, and as I've stated before, yeah, that's been the big struggle with finding time to do this stuff. For sure. Obey your system, they're on the ground right now. Yes, they are. The IDF is on the ground right now in Lebanon. Again, I was talking about that earlier tonight. They've already been on the ground for a couple weeks now. I reported on that when they first rolled over the border and started taking some of these areas you see here shaded in purple. However, they have officially stated today that they've moved in more forces. Like they're now officially claiming to be there in a larger capacity. Eight hours ago, IRGC Aerospace Force releases footage of Khaibar Shikan missiles fired towards Israel. Again, and some more press release footage here by the IRGC. Let's take a look on your screens now of that footage. Toon Rob, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, you missed our main headlines. We're going through our open source intelligence feed though. But if you keep your eyes peeled and your ears open, I'm sure you'll get caught up on what's going on. But main headlines tonight: Dubai International Airport attacked. Oil still hovering around $100 a barrel. IDF officially moved into Lebanon, like in a larger capacity. Those are the main ones. If anybody in the chat wants to help him get caught up a little bit more on some of the other developments there, or you can always rewind the stream and get caught up, or just keep following along, and I'm sure you'll get the bigger picture here. Duma asked, do they intend to occupy? Yes, they do intend. As I mentioned before, I'm pretty sure their strategy here is to create like a buffer zone between northern Israel and southern Lebanon. They want to create kind of a buffer zone and possibly hold that. For how long, that remains to be seen. Again, some more footage there of IRGC missiles. Speaking of IRGC missiles, an Iranian missile fuel tank is being removed in Safed. Let's see the size of that. Again, this is the fuel canister here of one of those missiles. IDF launches a broad new wave of strikes on regime targets in Tehran, Shiraz, and Tabriz earlier today. You can see some footage here of one of those strikes that had occurred there. Eight hours ago, Saudi Arabia says its air defense has intercepted 11 drones over Al-Kharj Governorate. Al-Kharj is a strategic area about 80 kilometers south of Riyadh, which hosts the U.S. Prince Sultan Air Base. I know we had a Warlock, I believe his name is, over there, has, his son, I believe, is stationed at that air base and has been asking for updates there. Again, Saudi Arabia says its air defense has intercepted 11 drones over Al-Kharj Governorate there. Again, that is home to that Prince Sultan Air Base there in Saudi Arabia. IDF's 401st Brigade troops of the 91st Division carry out precision raids in southern Lebanon against Hezbollah's terror infrastructure. In some footage that was posted 8 hours ago. Let's take a look at this. Again, warning to any headphone users. Another PVS-14 right there. Eight hours ago, Iran warned it could strike U.S. industrial sites across the region within hours and urged civilians near those facilities to evacuate immediately. Also, 8 hours ago, New York Times reported the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has reportedly been urging Trump during the war to, quote, keep hitting the Iranians hard. Some clear footage earlier shows an F-15 shot down by that friendly fire incident over Kuwait in early March. Again, this is another angle that we got in today of that F-15 being downed.
طيارة حربية شوف 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 لا والله حربية طيارة حربية طيارة حربية شوف 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 شوف
8 hours ago, British Foreign Ministry official says, quote, we will not be drawn into the war. Again, that comes as I showed you guys all of those statements given today by British Prime Minister Starmer. Again, basically reiterating the same. Some more reporting today by the ISW about the ongoing situation in Iran. I would highly recommend you guys go and check that out. 8 hours ago, we had some wild footage showing the aftermath of U.S.-Israeli strikes on Bahar Street in Tehran. Let's give this a look. Trump in some statements today. We're going to go through. We're going to play some of these statements here from Trump. Let me know if you guys, again, want me to pass over these. We got quite a few. I'll go ahead and play this one for you guys now. Give me one moment.
I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries because I know that we'll protect them. And if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time. Just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago, predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did it. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed one time, and I said, that's a bad guy. You better get him. I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries because I know that we'll protect them. And if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time, just like I knew. All
right, ladies and gentlemen, real quickly here, I'm going to take a short break. A short break for dinner. Gotta get some chow in me real quick, and we will be back here in just a few minutes for continued ongoing reporting here of the situation in Iran. I could press play on this video, but then it would just keep looping, and you guys would again have to listen to the same statements being given over and over and over again, and I don't think anybody would like that very much. So what I'm going to do here is we will switch over to our Beirut feed. Give me 1 second here. We're going to switch over to our Beirut feed, and I'll leave you guys with that. Give me a second here. I'll leave you guys with that while I go and, again, take a short meal break here, and I will be back in just a few minutes, again, with ongoing reporting here of the situation in the Middle East. So stand by. Don't go anywhere. And if anybody joins the stream and they're wondering where the hell I am, let them know. Let them know in the chat. Again, I'll be right back. Just a few seconds here. Also, if you're just joining us, hit the like button for me. Share the stream if you like this content and analysis, and if you think somebody else could benefit from getting these reports. Highly appreciate it, guys. Highly appreciate it. Again, I'll be right back, guys. Stand by. Stand by to stand by. Ah. Ugh. All right. Okay. We're back. We are back. 1 second here. All right, to the winner who guessed what I was eating. Literally the first person to respond, not but a second after I sent that message, was Suicide Jockey with tacos. Yes, I was having tacos for dinner. Literally not even a second after I sent that message. First person to respond got it right. Not even a challenge. Not even a challenge for Suicide Jockey. So he will get his name. On the chat, or sorry, on the stream for tonight. We'll put that we'll put that somewhere. Put that somewhere out of the way here, somewhere where it can still be viewed. All right, there we go. That looks good. Yeah. All you guys all put out really good answers. Really good answers. Suicide got it in like literally not even 2 seconds. Yeah, everybody's saying Taco Monday seems so wrong. Guys, I'm not at liberty to choose what I eat. I am subject to whatever the wife decides she wants to make. I hope you understand. I hope you understand. And I do not complain at all. At all, as one would. Yeah, you know, hey, it's Tuesday somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's Tuesday for all of you tuning in from down under in Australia and New Zealand. So down there, it's Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday there right now. It's always Tuesday somewhere. Shiloh Boo says he just used this to meal plan for the week. You know, that's not a good idea. Or sorry, that's not a bad idea. Just yeah, I mean, that'd be a quick and easy way to get some meal planning going from you guys. Alrighty. So it seems like we had quite a few people jump ship there while I was on my meal break. No worries, we're going to get this show back on the road. Some people were saying that Lookner is on his meal break at the moment. Hopefully I made it back before he did. Dedication. Uranus says it's Tuesday in the UK. Tuesday in Britland, yeah. Any day is a good day for tacos, you guys. I mean, come on. Let's be real here. Hell yeah. All right, we're going to get this show back on the road. Back on the road. We're going to get going again here. We're going to get this old ship back up in the air, as one would say. Give me one moment here just to get my bearings straight. All right. So it does look like Too Tall came in clutch at like the last moment with that super chat. He said, "No way, we're not reaching this goal." So we did hit our 5 super chats in 3 hours goal. So that again is going to add on another hour to our live reporting here this evening. I mean, we at least have a couple hours ahead of us anyway with all the reports that we have to go through here. So we should definitely make up. I was looking at probably another hour, probably another half an hour or hour after meal break there. We're at 3 hours in right now. We're probably going to get to about 5 hours tonight streaming with that extra hour on top of that. Yeah, as Epimoo says, we're going to kickstart and throttle up. That's exactly what we're going to do here. All right. Just checking some of the stuff that people sent me over on Discord. Give me one moment here. Got some messages in from a few of you guys. I got some stuff posted on the Situation Room. Yep, we'll be looking at that. Shout-outs to 10EP Potato and Wes and a couple of you other guys. Again, thank you so much for sending that stuff over my way. Don't worry, I'll be looking at that here in just a few moments. Yeah, we had a lot of CRAM footage over the past 12 hours here. 12 to 24 hours. I'll be taking a look at that here in just a second. Give me one moment. One momento. Uno momento, some people would say. Yeah, a lot of CRAM footage. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be taking a look at some of those. I know we have a few in our feed, so we'll go to those first. First up here we have, again, 8 hours ago, Trump on Iran, talking about Karg Island. Talking about Karg Island. We'll go ahead and listen to this on screen here while I look at some of the messages coming in from people across the Discord server.
I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries because I know that we'll protect them, and if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time, just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago. Predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted
Call him Nostradamus.
Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did it. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed one time, and I said, that's a bad guy. You better get him. I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries because I know that we'll protect them, and if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time, just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago. Predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did it. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed one time, and I said, that's a bad guy. You better get him. I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries because I know that we'll protect them, and if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time.
Call him Nostradamus. 7 hours ago from Scent Defender, the fact that you think HESCO is going to protect from a drone that comes nearly straight down on its target is laughable. 7 hours ago, another statement by Trump here. Let's give it a listen. Let's give it a listen real quick.
We get less than 1% of our oil from the Strait, and some countries get much more.
Galtenberg, good to see you. Good to see you tuning in.
Japan gets 95%. China gets 90%. Many of the Europeans get quite a bit. South Korea gets 35%. So we want them to come and help us with the Strait. We get less than 1% of our oil from the Strait, and some countries get much more. Japan gets 95%. China gets 90%. Many of the Europeans get quite a bit. South Korea gets 35%. So we want them to come and help us with the Strait. We get.
And another.
Maybe they don't want to be targeted, but I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now. Maybe they don't want to be.
Paper tiger. 7 hours ago, IDF says it struck an Iranian intelligence command center in central Tehran, located inside the National Electricity Compound. The National Electricity Company compound, I should say. The military said Iran embeds key intelligence infrastructure in civilian sites, according to the IDF. Again, you can see here some geolocation of that building that was struck there. Speaking of fires, Grip Van Winkle. Speaking of fires, Hezbollah strike its Naharia preliminary reports of 3 lightly injured. Let's take a look at this footage here.
Wow! 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 Wow!
Wow, indeed. Some more footage here. Footage of an Iranian attack drone hitting an oil field in southern Iraq tonight. That was 7 hours ago. Let's take a look. Another Toyota Hilux there, it would seem. It would look like there. 8 hours ago, Al Arabia correspondent targeting of the Majun oil field in Basra province, southern Iraq. Again, that's in relation to that drone strike footage that I just showed you guys just a moment ago. 7 hours ago, Sent Defender, a correction on a previous report. According to Central Command, these specific images show the launch of a... excuse me. Correction. According to U.S. Central Command, Sentcom, these specific images show the launch of a ATACMS, ATACMS, missile there from the U.S. Army HIMARS at targets in Iran from a country other than Kuwait, possibly Bahrain or Qatar. I believe he's referencing this footage here. I could be mistaken. I'll get more information on that one for you guys. But again, a correction that had been made there earlier today. Hold on, I'm too far behind. Let me get caught back up here. Another statement here, again, from Presidente Donald Trump here earlier today.
Which is one of the reasons they've always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long. Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've
managed to mute the mic there right before I sneezed all over the place. My bad, ladies and gentlemen. My bad. No stroke. No stroke. We're good. We're continuing on here. Business as usual.
Protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm, it matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from harm's way. And we have done a great job. And when we want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. And I said, for 40 years we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that...
Again, more statements there by U.S. President Donald Trump. 7 hours ago, again, talking about those HESCO barriers. Again, not going to protect you from a ballistic missile or drone strike. They are meant to take shrapnel, not a direct blast. Again, that is true. However, I do believe if you had a lot of HESCO barriers, they could probably at least provide some protection. They would definitely catch a lot of the shrapnel from the blast. The shockwave itself, though, you'd probably still have your bell rung quite significantly. 7 hours ago, the Saudi Ministry of Defense reports the interception and destruction of 8 one-way attack drones launched by Iran. Again, that was 7 hours ago. 7 hours ago, U.S. President Donald Trump says he will soon announce the country's assisting the U.S. with the Strait of Hormuz. Noting it takes time to reach the area. Also, 7 hours ago from Trump, he says, quote, "We don't need anyone. We are testing them to see if they will help. We've been helping them for years." Interesting statement there. 7 hours ago, he also said, "We don't need oil. We have all the oil we need for ourselves." Also, 7 hours ago, he said, Macron's response to the request on Hormuz was, quote, "not perfect." 7 hours ago, Trump says the only thing the Iranian regime is doing well is AI. You could definitely say that. He also reiterated, "We don't know if the supreme leader is dead or not," again referring to Mojtaba Khamenei. 7 hours ago, the IDF says it eliminated an armed Hamas terrorist cell that was preparing an attack against Israel forces in Gaza. Among those killed were Nakuba terrorists, Rami Hebrim, Harab, and Muaz Ziad Dra. Again, butchering those pronunciations probably. Again, who infiltrated Israel during the October 7th attacks. Let's take a look at this footage here on screen of the strikes that were conducted earlier today. Threat eliminated. Some more memes posted today. Again, got some more of the cardboard Mojtaba floating around the internet today. A lot of that. That's been a fan favorite. 7 hours ago, per the Saudi Ministry of Defense, Iran has launched 56 drones overnight and continues to launch drones at Saudi Arabia's highly profitable Shaiba oil field and other areas of the country. Again, for those sending me stuff on Discord, don't worry. When we get to the end of the OSINT feed here, I'll jump into that stuff. We'll take a look at some of that footage you guys have sent over. Trump said today Iran may have 8% of missiles left, all caps. Some statements about, again, this is coming from Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar on the Faulkner Focus interview on Fox News there. Again, some comments were given, again, about that new supreme leader.
It's dead or alive. There are conflicting reports. I want to start there. What are we dealing with him?
You ask a good question. Where is Mujtaba? I mean, they elected the leader. He's not there. You can hide, but it's better to show up. You can have a video and prove you are alive. It's starting to be embarrassing for the Iranian regime. So let's see, where is Mujtaba?
It's dead or alive. There are conflicting.
Where is Mujtaba? Again, that seems to be the million-dollar question at the moment. Again, I spoke about this earlier, but there's been reports, sporadic reports, that he may have escaped to Russia in the early days of the war. Again, after being injured in a strike, again, to get medical, to seek medical care, medical attention there in Russia, and that he possibly might still be within Russia. Again, that has not been confirmed, so take that with a grain of salt. However, again, the question remains, where is Mujtaba? 7 hours ago, footage of a coalition interceptor knocking down an Iranian attack drone over western Baghdad tonight. Let's take a look at this pretty crazy footage that we got in here earlier today. Tell you right now, that is one hell of a firework. Would not want to be standing that close with no cover. Interesting stuff, interesting stuff. We showed you this footage earlier of that B-1B Lancer. Again, refueling from a KC-135. We have an image of that as well. More statements here from President Trump. Again, talking about Iran some more here. Let's give it a listen.
Doing what they're doing, but we're hitting them very hard. And today is a big day where we're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the Strait. And I think we'll get it going very soon. In addition, we do have other nations coming in. You need people to watch and people to see. We have other nations coming in. Yes, please. Doing what they're doing, but we're hitting them very hard. And today is a big day where we're pounding.
Another statement here from President Trump.
Women went running in the other direction because they can be brave, but they're not stupid, and they have no gun, and you have snipers in buildings specifically for this reason. So a woman goes down falling, bleeding from the head, and it doesn't take long for that to spread. And when that spreads, that crowd dispenses. And nobody else has been able to do that to the extent that these people are violent.
Oh, my bad, suicide. I just realized, you're not up on screen. Gotta get you up on screen there. There we go, there we go, there we go.
They killed a minimum 2 weeks ago, 32,000 people. Women went running in the other direction because
Grip Van Wrinkled, thank you so much for tuning in tonight with the super chat there in the YouTube live chat. Says thank you, Nemico, for years of info. Thank you so much, Grip. I highly appreciate the support. Again, it means a lot. Means a lot. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, thank you. Again, those statements there from U.S. President Donald Trump. He also said 7 hours ago, Israel would never use nuclear weapons against Iran. I know people have speculated on that as of late here. Trump also saying Hezbollah is a big problem. Again, I've talked about that Marine Expeditionary Unit that's being sent to the region. Again, I stand by my assessment that of those three possibility of uses, those three use cases that those Marines may have when they get there. First being nothing, or to shore up U.S. bases and increase security posture in that region. Two, second most likely, again, possibly heading up, transiting into the Mediterranean, right? And, you know, possibly helping the IDF in their ground operation here in Lebanon. I think that's probably our second most likely. Just heard a blast here on our Beirut cam, by the way, guys. Just massive blast just coming through now on our Beirut cam. And then, of course, the third likely option there is, again, possibly an amphibious operation here, an amphibious landing operation on Karg Island or possibly some of the other islands in that area. But again, I reiterate, we just had a pretty sizable blast echo out across the skyline here in Beirut. I just uploaded that second feed, or sorry, updated it. Yep, here is the smoke cloud rising there. So we're going to have to get our blast counter going again here. Let's go ahead and update that. One blast for tonight so far. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna move. We'll move Suicide Jockey down there. We'll put our strike counter back up here yonder. Right there. Again, for those just tuning in, just heard a pretty sizable explosion here. In Beirut, over our camera feed here, coming in from Beirut, and we have, again, just witnessed another strike there, no doubt from the IDF. No doubt from the IDF. Yes, as Kaltenberg says, the USS Tripoli is definitely speeding to the Gulf. I know I've been talking about that over the past few streams here. It definitely looks like, as of my assessments today, the analysis I did earlier today, they're about 9 to 10 days out from theater. Possibly less if they're really hightailing it. If they're hightailing it. So again, yeah, for those just tuning in, we're just witnessing a strike that occurred there in Beirut. Most definitely on a Hezbollah target there. Not too far from our hospital here. You can see in the lower part of the screen there. We'll keep an eye on it. We got it on our secondary feed here, lower right corner. We'll keep an eye on that. We're going to continue to go through the news. Kaltenberg, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, again, that Marine Expeditionary Unit is en route with not just the USS Tripoli, but quite a few vessels there. Quite a few vessels are in that strike group, so to speak. 7 hours ago, fragments of an Iranian medium-range ballistic missile fell 30 feet away from the Church of the Holy... I'm not even going to try to pronounce that one. Holy Sepulchre. Just bear with me here, guys. Bear with me. In Jerusalem today, landing on a gift shop. You can see the chunk of that debris there again. Kind of tore up the roof of that that building there. Sepulcher. We got it. Sepulcher. We're working on it, guys. We're working on it. Sepulcher. Don't worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm going to start taking lessons. We're going to get there. Don't worry. Here's another image of that same debris. Sepulcher. Yes. I had to look it up real quick. OSINT analysis. My OSINT analysis game, 10 out of 10. My pronunciation game, we're like at a 0.5 out of 10, okay? Don't worry. We're going to bump those numbers up. 7 hours ago, Trump said, quote, they are sending out 2 to 3 missiles a day. They still got some. They might have 8% left. Again, reiterating on those previous statements that he had given. 7 hours ago, and some statements here on I-24. Kuwaiti TV commenter says, Iran is more dangerous to us than Israel. Tehran's actions are pushing parts of the Arab world closer to Israel and reshaping regional alliances. Some interesting statements there. Yeah, guys, words are hard. Words are hard. We're getting there, though. We're working on it. English is confusing. 7 hours ago, Trump says, quote, why are we protecting countries that won't protect us? Again, reiterating more of those NATO statements there. Here's some geolocation here of the church, you know, where that debris landed again, near the Holy Church, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Yes, as Too Tall says, the mute game is strong at times. Yeah, I've gotten better at that one, that's for sure. Again, this is where, it's kind of hard to see here on screen. Let me, it landed here on this rooftop here, but again, more of that geolocation data that was provided to us, again, on behalf of OSINT Technical. Shout out to them. Here's another picture of some of the debris from that missile that fell there. Some more statements here from Trump. We got a lot of them. This one I will play because he talks about some of the statistics there.
Our powerful military campaign to end the threats posed by the Iranian regime continued in full force over the past few days. They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone. Many ships have been sunk. They're warfighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them. And anti-aircraft is decimated, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. They've been a terror for 47 years, and now I guess the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel.
Again, more of those statements there from Trump today in that press briefing. Keep in mind, guys, you know, with the mainstream media, right? A lot of these mainstream media reporters, when they go on the air to give a report, right? Even foreign correspondents, you know what I mean, that are out in some of these areas, you know, they'll write out their entire statement, whatever they're saying on air. They're writing it out. They're looking up pronunciations. We're doing this live, raw and unfiltered and unedited here for you guys. So yeah, occasionally some pronunciation mistakes are to be had. And I appreciate you guys bearing with me on that one. Again, we'll work on that more. But again, footage from a strike at an IRGC headquarters. I showed you this footage earlier today, guys. This was in Iran. Again, more of that footage there. More of... actually, this one I will play. Again, he's talking about Putin here. This is actually a pretty interesting statement.
They should be involved enthusiastically. We've been protecting these countries for years with NATO, because NATO is us. You can ask Putin. Putin fears us. He has no fear of Europe whatsoever. He fears the United States of America and the military that was built by me in the first term. Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting stuff. Again, this Islamic regime state plane was blown up earlier today. Again, we don't have any other further imagery on that as of yet, unless something new came into the feed since I've been giving this report here tonight. Just in, UN Chief Antonio Guterres will deliver remarks marking the International Day Combating Islamophobia. Again, that's expected, I believe, either later today or tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Again, this is stuff I've already reported to you guys earlier today. Some of that same stuff. Here's some interesting footage we had earlier. This is a Hezbollah attack in Nahariya in northern Israel. within the last hour. Again, that was 7 hours ago. One home was hit during that attack. Hezbollah is now a larger threat than the IRGC. Again, has been sending a lot of strikes into Israel over the past few days here. And again, has prompted the IDF to launch that full-scale ground incursion, ground invasion, one would say, into southern Lebanon. Let's take a look at this footage here. Yeah, pretty crazy footage there. More statements given by Trump today. This one, he did mention some of the operations, again, that they are conducting along the coastline in Iran.
We don't need it. Now, we are pounding that area, that coast, as you know, left side. We're pounding it, like really pounding it hard. And, again, they may have no mindset. We hit every...
And I quote, "We are pounding it hard," he says. 7 hours ago, Iran's foreign ministry condemns Israel's strikes in Lebanon that martyred 800, calling them, quote, war crimes, and accusing the U.S. of enabling the attacks while pledging support for Lebanon. Interesting stuff. I showed you this imagery earlier again. Images of some of the casualties there, regime casualties there in Iran. I showed you that earlier today. Some more statements about Iran's supreme leader here given by Trump. Let's take a listen to this.
About the Ayatollah's son, the new supreme leader. What are they telling you about
Well, it's
him?
not only them, it's you people. I mean, a lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg, one leg, and he's, been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy. And... he hasn't spoken because the Ayatollah would sit and he'd spew hate from a form of a throne. Not as nice as a throne. I like the English throne much better. But it was a fancy chair. But he'd spew hate from his chair. But you'd see him a lot, right? This one, we haven't seen at all. So that could be for a lot of different reasons. We don't know, Peter, if he's dead or not.
There you have it, folks. They don't know if he is dead or not. Interesting.
But we don't know who their leader is. We have people wanting to negotiate. We have no idea who they are.
Interesting statements. Interesting statements there. 7 hours ago, U.S. allies in the EU and NATO have rejected President Trump's request to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz during the war with Iran. Some other statements here.
We'll say there's nobody seen him.
This is about the Strait of Hormuz.
Something else. Now that you've announced that the U.S. has destroyed all of Iran's mine-laying ships, why can't the U.S. just immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we could, but it takes two to tango. We have to get people to take their billion-dollar ship and drive it up. If when Pepe has his big sugar ships coming around and they cost $1 billion, and we say, I think it's okay now, Pepe, take your ship, drive it through the Strait of Hormuz. He may say, let me wait a little while, because it takes ship owners, and these ships are very expensive. They can cost up to $2 billion. So they don't want to take a chance that, gee, I think you'll be okay. They got to know it. So they don't have to set, we don't know if they even set any mines.
Some footage I showed you guys earlier of the aftermath of that U.S.-Israeli strike on Bahar Street in Tehran. I already showed you that one. That was cross-posted. Take a listen to this. This one's interesting. This is an interesting one worth listening in on.
Aircraft carrier, one of the great ships in the world, the Abraham Lincoln, on fire. They showed it on fire. I called the general. I said, General, what's with the Abraham Lincoln? It looks like it's burning down. No, it's not burning down. Not a bullet was ever fired at it, sir. They know better. I said, this is my first glimpse of AI and what they've done with it. They showed buildings in Tel Aviv burning to the ground, high-rises burning. They showed buildings in Qatar. They showed buildings in Saudi Arabia burning, and they weren't burning. They were aircraft carrier.
Interesting stuff. 7 hours ago, military officials say roughly 12 MQ-9 drones were destroyed either in flight or on the ground during Iranian missile strikes by late last week. One was accidentally shot down by a Gulf country, according to Wall Street Journal. My bets are on Kuwait. And they don't have a good track record there so far with accidentally shooting down our assets in their airspace. But again, this is 12 of many, I mean, not too many, but quite a few MQ-9 Reapers that have been shot down or destroyed in some other way here since this operation has again began. As for U.S. air assets, the one that has taken the most losses, again, are these unmanned MQ-9 drones, by far. 7 hours ago, Trump on French President Macron. He said, quote, on a scale of 0 to 10, he has been an 8. Not perfect, but it's France. We don't expect perfect, he says. Again, more statements here. Again, you guys can go and watch those over on the X feed if you want to watch the rest of these. There's a lot of them. Here's some interesting footage. This is from Afghanistan, and again, we've been keeping tabs on that second war that's been happening over there, again, right over the border from Iran. I've argued here that these two wars are pretty, they're a lot more connected than people realize at first glance. This here is footage of a Taliban targeting Pakistani army positions along the border there. Let's take a look. They really like their edits. Six hours ago, Amsterdam police have released CCTV footage of the two people wanted over an explosion outside a Jewish school on March 13th, part of a string of recent attacks on Jewish institutions in Europe linked to the extremist group Ashab al-Yamin. Again, there's been some speculation in the intel community that these attacks are directly related to what's going on in the Middle East. Six hours ago, Trump says, I've spoken to a certain president, who I like, actually, a past president, former president. He said, quote, I wish I did it. I wish I did, but they didn't do it. I'm doing it. Again, I'm pretty sure he's talking about George Bush. I'm pretty sure is who he spoke to there after I read some other reports earlier today. 6 hours ago, here's a photo of Emirates Flight 777 landing at Dubai International Airport earlier today as a fuel tank fire rages after an Iranian drone strike. Also here, again, this is footage from March 15th showing a large fire reported in the vicinity of Dubai International Airport after an Iranian drone attack had occurred there. Again, this was the initial footage that came in from that attack. Here's actually our video. Actually, this is a short taken from our video about that AI problem with the war in Iran. Highly recommend you guys go and watch that if you have not already. 6 hours ago, again, a senior commander and spokesman for the powerful Iraqi militia Kataib Hezbollah has been killed today. Again, he's a senior commander and their front man, basically, their spokesperson for that group. We had some interesting footage here come out today. Again, footage of Tucker Carlson and Trump, again, with the newly elected cardboard Khomeini. Let's take a look. The cardboard Ayatollah.
Welcome, Tucker Carlson, to our humble church.
Thank you, Father. It's an honor to be here.
And we are pleased to have your friend, the Ayatollah, with us. He wouldn't miss it. Do you take this cardboard cutout to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do, certainly I do, but of course I do. Wonderful. You may now kiss the cutout.
Again, this is confirmed footage here. 100% confirmed, not AI. This is not AI footage. Just so you guys know. 100% not AI. This is 100% real. 100% real footage here. Of course, of course. 6 hours ago, the UAE authorities are responding to a fire at the Shah oil field in Abu Dhabi after a drone strike occurred there. That was just 6 hours ago. As Apocalypse says, this is why RAM and storage prices are so high. Exactly. Exactly. 6 hours ago, incoming ballistic missiles were detected for central Israel. Again, some more cardboard cutout stuff here. 6 hours ago, Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khomeini, narrowly survived U.S. and Israeli airstrikes after stepping outside into his garden just minutes before missiles slammed into his home. Again, leaked audio obtained by the Telegraph indicates Khomeini was injured. 6 hours ago, an Iranian missile strike on Abu Dhabi earlier today killed one Palestinian national who was inside a vehicle, according to Abu Dhabi media office there. 6 hours ago, central Israel and Palestinian areas in Judea and Samaria under Iranian missile attack at that time. Again, that was six hours ago. Some more information on Cuba here. Again, just in, Cuba's entire electrical grid collapses, plunging the country into a blackout. They've been having a lot of these issues with their electrical grid in recent weeks here.
And breaking news into CNN, Cuba's electrical grid has suffered a complete and total collapse. This is according to the country's power operator. It's the first nationwide blackout since the U.S. effectively shut off the flow of oil to Cuba. And breaking news into CNN.
Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Yeah, to clarify, that was a joke. This is AI. If it wasn't completely obvious already. For those that didn't get it. All right, give me 1 second here. I'm getting a couple messages here on Discord. People sending me a couple reports here. Taking a look at those. We'll keep moving on here. Again, I'll be jumping into those here in just a few minutes after we finish out our 12-hour rewind here on X. Give me 1 second here. Six hours ago, new detection of missile launch from the Islamic regime. Second one within minutes was reported there. Again, that was at the 6 hour mark. 6 hours ago, smoked billows from... give me 1 second here, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm getting flooded here. Okay, we got that. All right, smoke billows from the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad after shelling as footage captures the ongoing aftermath there. Let's take a look. All right, 6 hours ago, report from Iran. Brigadier General Ibrahim Mortzav bin Asab, commander of the besieged resistance unit in Sarola in Shiraz, was killed in a strike earlier today. He oversaw the crackdown that left thousands of protesters dead in Shiraz, again, during those protests that broke out there in Iran earlier this year. 6 hours ago, gorgeous interception over central Israel, the latest Iranian missile launch. Again, that comes right after those reports I just read you a few minutes ago of them detecting those missile launches. Let's take a look at this interception footage here. Yeah, definitely a clean shot of that that interception there. The Iranian president said today, defending against an invasion is a natural right and we are good at it. He says we expect the global community to condemn this invasion and persuade the invaders to respect international law. Again, this is referring to those comments by Trump earlier about him speaking to, again, a previous U.S. president. Kind of just a little bit of a meme post there coming from, I believe that was OSINT Technical that had retweeted that. Breaking, the Rashid Hotel in Baghdad, Iraq was targeted by drones. This is 5 hours ago. The hotel hosts the EU mission in Iraq, the Austrian and Swedish embassies, and serves as an alternate EU office location there. Again, a pretty significant target there. You can see on screen here an image taken of the smoke cloud after that blast. Video of it here as well. Again, some more of that footage there. You're going to have that smoke cloud hovering above that U.S. embassy in Baghdad following shelling that occurred there. 5 hours ago, a direct communications channel between U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff and Iranian foreign minister has been reactivated in recent days, according to a U.S. official and a source with knowledge. This is that audio from the Telegraph. Let's take a listen into this. Here, I'll translate this again because it's not. We do have subtitles, but it's not translated into English here. It says first here that the morning of the bombardment started at 9:32 to 9:33 a.m. Iran time. They said these devils had considered several locations within the office complex to strike. One of them was the place of the supreme leader. They hit that location with 3 missiles. The supreme leader's art was that when our commanders were martyred during the 12-day war, the martyred Mohammed Shirazi was head of military at that office. When they hit heads during those 12 days, they were replaced instantly. This dear man had information on all military personnel. Says yesterday was his funeral and they will take his body to Mashhad on Sunday. Mr. Shirazi is very strange. He was the brother of a martyr. And the translation is a little rough here, guys. And was doing all the Supreme Leader's military tasks over the past years. Says the enemy knew that while hitting the Supreme Leader. To hit him too because they knew he would replace those who had been killed. And when new commanders were introduced, they could get a chance to influence, again, influence the rioters and infiltrators and do something. He was blown to pieces. They could find nothing from him, and at the end, they found a few kilos of flesh and identified it as his body. One of the locations within the office complex was Mr. Mojtaba's personal house. If God wills, even an enemy can bring about good. Citing some religious text there. He said, quote, they had thought and calculated to strike him too. Along with the Supreme Leader. He was home at the time, and Mr. Mustafa, another son of Khomeini, was also home with his wife. Mr. Mishbah, their son-in-law, was also home. Hold on, let me just turn this down and I can keep playing it. 3 of them home in 3 suites there. God's will was that Mr. Mojtaba had to go out to the yard to do something and then return. He was outside and was heading upstairs when they struck the building with a missile. His wife, Miss Haddad, was martyred instantly. The missile was so powerful that it went downstairs where Mr. Mishbah was.
Tel Aviv, Southern City, and Jaffa.
Tel Aviv East.
Ramat Gan East. Kiryat Ono.
Tel Aviv Center.
Givat.
We are getting alerts here for Tel Aviv here at the moment, so that's kind of interrupting us there. We should be hearing it sound off over Tel Aviv here any second. And there we go. Again, for those just joining us, air raid alerts here sounding across Tel Aviv. Coming to the camera now. For those just tuning in, red alerts coming in across Israel. And many areas of central Israel, actually, at the moment. If you notice, the AP feed does turn their camera away. However, this feed coming from live stream events does not. They've been keeping their camera focused on the skyline, so I tend to switch to that during events here. All right. Again, not seeing any interceptions here at the moment. I will keep an eye on this feed, and we'll come back to it. We're going to continue going through our news reports here again. Massive wave of air raid alerts coming in here across central Israel here, with more still coming in as I'm talking to you guys. We'll keep an eye on that. So again, basically to sum up this audio that we got here, and this is coming from the Telegraph. This is coming from Iran, from an Iranian source there. Again, basically, Moshtaba, he was there at that compound, stepped outside moments before missiles hit the residence, and was injured but not killed. Again, it still remains to be seen what condition he is in. Again, some more statements here from a couple individuals here. Ben Shapiro on Fox News today. I won't play that for you guys. But 5 hours ago, Trump said, each day U.S. President Donald Trump... Sorry, this is coming from NBC. My bad. Each day U.S. President Donald Trump is presented with options for ending the war with Iran. He hasn't taken any of them so far, it says there. Also, 5 hours ago, the German government says the Middle East war has no connection to NATO. Some statements released from Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and the United Kingdom on the escalating conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. They said today earlier, quote, "We are gravely concerned by the escalating violence in Lebanon and call for meaningful engagement by Israeli and Lebanese governments there." Earlier today, the FBI Tampa field office, again, was on scene investigating a suspicious package reported at the MacDill Air Force Base Visitor Center. Again, that's near the Dale Mabry entrance gate. Again, still waiting to get more details on that situation. Some more footage out of Baghdad earlier today of some air defense that was in action there. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'm going to just tone down that volume there coming out of Tel Aviv. We'll keep an eye on these feeds here, again, as we progress this evening. Let's take a look at this footage here, again, coming out of Baghdad. Five hours ago, the IRGC president said, Trump, don't call it epic fury, call it epic fear, he said. Interesting. Just in 5 hours ago, Saudi Arabia shot down 98 Iranian drones in the past 24 hours. The defense ministry says 81 were intercepted in the eastern region near key oil facilities, with others near Riyadh. Again, they've been increasing the amount of drones that they've been using there over the past few days. 5 hours ago, the number of U.S. troops who have been wounded or injured during the war in Iran now exceeds 200 across 7 countries, the Washington Post reported, again, citing a U.S. military spokesman on the matter. Also, 5 hours ago, the Islamic regime has launched 85 drones against Saudi Arabia today. Also, 5 hours ago, Israel had detected launches from the IRGC, again, 9th wave that it had in that day. Again, more on that here. 9th since midnight. 5 hours ago, report from Iran, Shiraz Fars province, the IRGC's Thalarallah headquarters has been flattened after 7 strikes as heavy bombardment pounds military sites around Shiraz and the sky flashes from repeated impacts. Strikes appear focused on IRGC facilities, again, in that area. Some other footage here. This is some wild footage. IDF soldiers in Tel Aviv cheer as an Iranian missile is intercepted overhead. Let's take a look. Interesting stuff. 4 hours ago, the U.S. military says the vast majority of injuries among its personnel in the Iran conflict have been minor, and over 180 troops have returned to duty. Again, I spoke on that over the past few nights of reports. Most of the injuries there, again, have been minor, and a lot of those soldiers have, and airmen, etc., have returned to duty. We got some CRAM footage here tonight. So we got quite a bit of CRAM footage, actually, I'm going to be showing you guys this evening. 4 hours ago, footage shows a U.S. CRAM successfully intercepting incoming fire targeting the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Let's take a look here at this CRAM footage. That is one hell of a air defense system. Let me tell you what. The bullet hose. It's literally a bullet hose, a bullet fire hose right there.
أتعبكم بالحصريات. أتعبكم بالحصريات. أقول لك الانشضايح.
Hello, friend. Got to make sure your hair looks good.
حبايب لا تخافوا لا تخافوا.
Got to make sure your hair looks good for the CRAM footage. Hell yeah. I've often said that, you know, the A-10, one of my favorite, you know, air platforms. This is one of my favorite air defense platforms right here is the CRAM. Absolutely insane footage. I got more of that footage tonight to show you guys, so stand by for that. A reporter earlier today, when talking to President Trump, asked, there was another report that the Ayatollah may actually be gay. How do you determine what's true? Trump says, quote, well, so far, nobody knows. When a reporter asked earlier today, can we wrap up the war this week? Trump said, yeah, sure. The reporter said, will we? Trump said, I don't think so, but it will be soon, he said.
Yeah. If Iran, as you said, totally obliterated, got the missiles, got the first 2 rounds of leadership, Air Force gone, Navy gone, can we wrap this war up this week?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Will we?
I don't think so, but it'll be soon. Won't be long. And we're going to have a much safer world.
Lucolo asks, is the CRAM a laser or a machine gun? It's a machine gun. It's a... you could think about it like a Gatling gun, kind of, you know, multiple barrels. It's firing many rounds per minute. In fact, I can tell you the exact fire rate real quick on that land-based. Yeah, about around 4,500 rounds per minute. That's about 75 rounds per second. It's firing. I actually think in practice it's just slightly more than that. Again, it's using a M61A1 Vulcan 20mm Gatling gun. For those that don't know how big a 20mm bullet is, I can show you real quick. Okay, so let me get this up on screen. This is a 20mm round here. Oh, we're hearing some explosions there in Beirut, actually. Another explosion there. Where was that? 20 mil. So, to put that in perspective for you here, here's an image here. Like, I believe this here or this here, one of these is... Let me see, where's the 7.62? Hold on, I'm looking at the chart. So you got like the 50 cal round, number 16. This is a 50 cal. Well, that's an A60 Shy-Tac right there. 15 is a Barrett. 11 is a 50 BMG. Okay, so right here, this is a 50 BMG. So this is like your 50 caliber round, right? In a 50 caliber machine gun. This is a 30mm round. This is a 20mm round right here. All right. And it's an absolutely massive round. Yeah, this is actually, hold on, that's 25 mil. We're using 20 mil on the Vulcan. So that's hold on, let me see here. Yeah, like the USN MK5, yeah, like this here. Number 3. Or sorry, that's a 30. Where is it? 4. So like this right here, this is a 20 mil round. So a pretty massive round. All right. Again, this is 30 millimeters, 25 millimeters. This is also a 30 mil here as well. These are 20 mil rounds right here. Pretty massive round. Now the thing about a CRAM system, right, is those rounds fire, right? very rapidly, around 75 rounds per second, 4,500 rounds per minute, right? And they explode. So the set of drones right here, right? The system basically tells, so those bullets are exploding rounds, right? They detonate, okay? And there's a computer within the CRAM that like it could see how far away the target is, right? And another reason they're using tracers is because, you know, there's visual sensors on the CRAM that can tell where those bullets are firing in relation to where the target is, right? So you got an incoming missile, an incoming drone, an incoming mortar or artillery shell. It can see where that is in relation to the rounds, right, in real time. And it can tell how far out that target is, right? And so it tells each one of those rounds to detonate at a certain distance from the gun, right? A certain altitude, certain distance from the gun. And so each one of those rounds detonates in basically, you could think of it like a spherical pattern around whatever the target is, basically just shredding whatever that target is instantly. If you watch other footage of the CRAM, in fact, I might have some to show you here later this evening, you'll see those rounds exploding. And in real time, when they're exploding around something like this, again, it's kind of like they're almost encasing, they're like surrounding whatever the target is with shrapnel. And again, I'll have more footage to show you guys of that tonight here. Yeah, 1080p Potato actually sent me over the exact CRAM ammunition. So here's the 20 mil CRAM ammunition here. Again, it's a 20 millimeter counter rocket artillery. Oh, and of course this is on Scribd, so we're going to have to wait for a dang ad to be able to show you guys this here. Compatible with all 20 millimeter by 102 systems, including M168, M61, M197, and of course we got to watch an ad. Get bad. Alright, so the 20 millimeter counter rocket artillery mortar CRAM cartridge is a multi-purpose tracer self-destruct round that combines a light armor and high explosive capability into a single round for improved lethality on targets. Advantages: provides maximum terminal effect on target. My bad, words are hard. Light armor and high explosive capability combined into one cartridge with improved ballistics. Delay function combined with larger, more lethal fragments, and an effective range beyond 2,000 meters. Demonstrated reliability of function at range. Again, these are the rounds that they are firing. It's not your typical 20 millimeter round. Again, it's a little bit of a different round there. This is what makes up the round here. Again, you have the incendiary nose tip there. Hardened steel body there. A self-destruct feature. And some high explosive, some good old high explosive, and of course the tracer at the end there, so they could see the in-flight. Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, by General Dynamics. General Dynamics manufactures these. Yeah, we'll have some more footage on the CRAM later tonight. Don't worry, don't worry. More statements from Trump. Again, I'm not going to again bring you guys through that. Hold on. We got sent to the future here. Give me 1 second. Let's scroll back down to our 5-hour mark there. Yeah, see, more CRAM coming your way. Stand by. Again, so we were about here again. Trump reporter asked, can we wrap up this war this week? Trump said, yeah, sure. But when asked, will we? He said, I don't think so, but it will be soon. I read you that post already. Again, more statements from President Trump. Again, I'm not going to make you guys listen to all those, but if you want to look at them, they're over on our X feed. 4 hours ago, Trump's on UK Prime Minister Starmer. He said, quote, I told him we don't want your aircraft carriers. End quote. 35 minutes ago, Nick Shirley has released fresh investigation revealing what he says is a $170 million fraud scheme tied to California.
This is the sound of hospice money. Could you just answer the question, what's the need for a 1,000% increase in hospice care here inside of LA? Do you have the paperwork to enroll a little boy by the name of Joey?
You don't know what's going on.
Again, I won't take you guys through that whole video there. It's over on our feed. Some interesting work by that YouTuber, Nick Shirley, again, uncovering some of the fraud schemes here in the United States over the past couple weeks. Speaking of CRAM footage, this is the good stuff. This is what I want to show you guys. Again, this is an American counter-rocket artillery and mortar system, a.k.a. the CRAM. Spends several hundred rounds attempting to intercept Iranian Shahed 136s during tonight's drone attack targeting the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Let's take a look at this footage here and watch how the weapon system functions. So you can hear those explosions as it's firing. Those pops you're hearing are those rounds exploding around the target. See them exploding there? And some more CRAM footage here. Okay, so you see at the beginning of the clip there, those rounds exploding right there. That's them exploding around the target. It does say here that hit, looks like it hit the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Not good. Again, this is coming 31 minutes ago. This is fresh. This is fresh off the press footage here, folks.
عبرت بابا طقت
Yeah, more of that CRAM. Kipcast actually posted a CRAM breakdown video. I guess I could show you guys that real quick. Why not? Why not? Oh, this is a good one. I've seen this video.
Genius idea to test a truck-mounted super-fast Gatling gun.
This is the
Along
CRAM.
the same lines as its naval
automated.
equivalent, the CRAM makes use of cutting-edge.
So again, there's a land-based one and there's a sea-based one. The sea-based one uses a slightly different round. It's a tungsten penetrator round that's used on the sea-based one. It's slightly different. The land-based one, again, uses those self-detonating rounds.
Search and track Ku-band radar systems. These radars include closed-loop spotting technology, which enables them to autonomously acquire, track, and engage their targets. In the event that you are unaware, the region of the electromagnetic spectrum known as the Ku band has frequencies ranging from 12 to 18 gigahertz and may be found in the microwave range. On board the space shuttle, similar technologies were fitted to assist in the identification and tracking of other spacecraft. If you haven't already, you should subscribe to this channel so you can learn about the fundamental with a variety of different sensors and technologies, which together may assist to build an overarching protective umbrella to safeguard a particular spot on the ground. The 20mm Vulcan Gatling gun is the principal armament of the weapon. It consists of 6 optimized barrels that have been enhanced with forward-looking infrared, or FLIR, sensors.
So again, forward-looking infrared, right? So that's one of the reasons why they have those tracers on board, right? The system can see, so as it's firing those rounds, right, it can see with those infrared sensors, and it can auto-adjust its fires, right, dependent on, like, where the rounds are relative to where the target is.
The barrels are joined together at the breech, the mid-barrel, and the muzzle in order to improve the accuracy of the weapon and allow it to have more control over the shot dispersion patterns. The M61 is a rotating cannon in the manner of a Gatling gun that may be propelled hydraulically, electrically, or pneumatically, and is air-cooled or electrically fired. It has seen service for more than half a century aboard a variety of fixed-wing military aircraft, tanks, and ships in some...
The A-10 uses a very similar gun system. Very similar in function, at least, to the, like the rotating barrel system that they're showing here.
Form or another. Initially, General Electric was the company that manufactured it. The main gun system on the United States Air Force's F-14, F-15, F-16, and F-18 fighter aircraft is an M61, which is also used by the United States Army in the M167 and M163 air defense systems. The cannon is also employed by the B-52H bomber as the tail gun, while a lighter version of the gun is used on the F-22 Raptor fighter. However, the weaponry at their disposal is just one aspect of the narrative. If you are unable to monitor the cannon rounds and correctly deploy them in the appropriate...
The A-10 uses the GAU-8 Avenger. That's a 30mm, but again, it's same kind of like multiple barrel rotating system as is used on these, right? It's just a larger round. They're using a 30mm round on the A-10.
Location at the appropriate time, you essentially have just a nice piece of pyrotechnics. This is made possible by a mix of cutting-edge sensors that allow the CRAM to scan, track, and engage incoming targets simultaneously, as well as prioritize targets and determine whether or not they have been killed, regardless of whether it is daylight or nighttime. The weapon system is able to identify prospective threats early on in their flight thanks to the CRAM Ku-band radar system.
This is one of those radar systems that we saw got taken out, by the way. I believe that was in Iraq. Days ago. As you can see from the footage tonight, they have others. In Baghdad, there are others, right? You know, that system is still functioning there.
However, the system will only pass on the trajectory and vector data of these possible threats to the system's tracking algorithms when it determines that these potential threats pose a genuine and immediate threat. A sophisticated thermal imaging system is used to aid improve aiming in order to help with target tracking and engagement for better results. This system works in the wavelength range of 8 to 12 microns and is positioned on a stabilizing pedestal that is connected to the radome.
That's that system that I was talking about, all right? Again, this system tracks the target, all right? It also tracks each round that is fired and then adjusts fire depending on, again, its relation to the target.
That houses the weapon's primary antenna. In addition to enhancing the overall anti-air warfare effectiveness of the system in areas with many paths, it offers highly dependable passive search and tracking both during the day and night. How much does it cost to purchase?
A lot.
You probably have guessed that a piece of equipment with such a high level of sophistication would not come cheap. The final specification of the units that are bought may have a significant impact on the cost of each CRAM system, which can range anywhere from $10 million to $15 million. However, this just accounts for the costs involved in the initial acquisition of the technology. This piece of equipment has such a high rate of fire that
this is Armor 3 footage. This is not real-life footage. This is footage from a video game.
Accounts for the costs involved in the initial acquisition of the technology. This piece of equipment has such a high rate of fire that it burns through rounds very quickly. A typical combat with a single missile
Of course, we're not going to get through one CRAM video without some footage from Arma 3.
Cost anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000 US, depending on the quantity of missiles that were used. And this is one of the most significant drawbacks of the system, as well.
All right, there's the CRAM breakdown there for you. Again, thank you much, Kipcast. Appreciate that. "29 minutes ago, footage of an F-18 landing and taking off from the USS Gerald R. Ford's. Again, this is Sentcom footage from earlier today. Yes, that message was brought to you by General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, and Oshkosh Corporation. As Sean D. Richmond says in the chat. Yeah, you know, I guess in perspective, when you put it into perspective, you know, relative to the costs of other air defense systems, 10 to 15 mil isn't that bad. U.S. Air Force KC-135R Stratotaker aerial refueling tanker has been circling off the coast over Israel now for nearly 2 hours, burning fuel after returning from a mission supporting Operation Epic Fury. Again, suspected emergency there with that aircraft there. We still don't have any more information on that at this time. However, it does look like it has landed. 25 minutes ago, those missiles were detected coming towards Israel. Again, we showed you guys those on the map as that occurred. Some interesting footage here, again, coming out of Port Arkansas, Texas. We won't make you guys suffer through that any more than we already have. 20 minutes ago, following the temporary closure of the United Arab Emirates airspace as an exceptional precautionary measure due to Iranian drone and missile attacks, the UAE, General Civil Aviation Authority, has announced the reopening of that airspace there. 22 minutes ago, authorities in the UAE report that they are responding to a fire at the Fujairah Oil Industrial Zone following a drone attack by Iran, again, just within the past hour or so here. Again, more footage coming out of the Pakistan-Taliban war here, again, which, as a reminder for those that are not tracking, is happening literally right next door. So this is Iran, this is Afghanistan and Pakistan here. We have two simultaneous wars going on here that are, again, as I like to put it, pretty intertwined. Again, here's some footage from that area from this evening. Again, a feeling of unease that this Pakistan-Taliban war is about to escalate, possibly again spill over here, become maybe even more intertwined here with the war that's happening, the broader war that's happening in the Middle East. A reporter tonight was asked, "Why don't you ask for a ceasefire with the U.S.?" The Iranian foreign minister says, "Quote, because we want to teach them a lesson so hard." 22 minutes ago, sirens were heard over Tel Aviv. Just in, 22 minutes ago, the IDF initial report says the IDF has now begun a wave of extensive strikes targeting infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime throughout Tehran. Simultaneously, the IDF has now begun another wave of strikes targeting infrastructure of the Hezbollah terror organization. And then shortly after that, we had reports of non-stop explosions in Tehran. That's 18 minutes ago, ongoing at this very moment in time. And, of course, 18 minutes ago, Dubai also came under attack as well. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so 13 minutes ago, multiple explosions were heard over Dubai in the UAE there. And then 13 minutes ago, we had, again, according to Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense, in the past 8 hours, they have tracked and intercepted 33 Iranian drones in the eastern region of the country. So we've definitely seen an uptick here over the past 8 hours, 8 to 12 hours or so, especially over the past hour as I've been bringing you guys these reports. We've had a chain, again, of these reports of attacks by Iran, mostly via one-way attack drones, Shahed 136s, and other drones of the sort. Again, incoming here. Again, one after the other over the past like 30 to 45 minutes here. This here is a list of all of the Iranian leaders. These are Iran-backed terrorists. In Iraq. That have been eliminated by the U.S. Air Force. Again, a whole list of them at the moment. 14 minutes ago, footage of the CRAM at the American Embassy in Baghdad shredding an incoming Iranian attack drone tonight. I believe this is the same footage I showed you guys earlier. Actually, this was removed. I believe that's the same. They're referencing the same footage that I actually showed you guys a short time ago. Chugi Live. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat in the live chat there on YouTube. Highly appreciate the support, man. Asks, can you explain exactly what's going on in Cuba? So in Cuba, there's kind of a couple different things going on right now. So one, you have an increase in civil unrest across the country. All right, we saw some footage I showed you guys earlier tonight of residents there basically running on or riding outside of and breaching the Communist Party headquarters there in Cuba and setting the building ablaze. That was earlier tonight. Again, also they've been having issues with their power grid over the past few weeks here. We had a report earlier tonight. Again, the power has gone out almost in all of Cuba, or a good chunk of Cuba at least, is currently in a blackout, again, as their power grid, remains to have issues there, continues to have issues there, I should say. But you have a combination of civil unrest, a combination of civil unrest, economic failure, and issues with their utility grid. So not just energy infrastructure, but water, telecommunications, all of that sort of stuff. On top of that, again, you have issues with the economy, that are compounding into, problems with, getting food and basic, resources, basic human resources and stuff. So again, it's kind of like this compounding issue that we're seeing there in Cuba. And of course, there's been some speculation in the intel community that the U.S. might try to intervene in some way in Cuba. And so that's why we're watching that situation very closely. Again, there's more information on that over, again, on our feed here on x.com/Nemico Network. You can scroll through our feed or filter through our feed, and you should be able to find some more information on what exactly is going on there in Cuba, including some of that video footage and reports that I just mentioned to you a few moments ago. 20 seconds ago, 10x JASSMs on wing pylons here. You can be seen again. Those missiles there, again, mounted on this U.S. bomber. U.S. Air Force B-52H heavy bomber taking off from England. I believe this is coming out of RAF Fairford, if I'm not mistaken. On an Iran strike mission yesterday, carrying a load of JASSM cruise missiles. Again, those American B-52s continue to conduct standoff cruise missile strikes into Iran this week. So that concludes our X feed here. Now I'm going to go over into our Situation Room, and we'll take a look at some of the stuff that people have been posting over tonight. This first post is coming from Wes. On the Situation Room. I think I showed you guys this footage earlier. This is IDF heavy fighting with Hezbollah within Lebanon. Let's take a look. And so some footage there of heavy fighting between the IDF and Hezbollah within Lebanon, as IDF forces there have begun to move in further into the country. Again, I reiterate that, they're not just now moving in. I believe it was almost a week and a half ago we saw them, again, we saw reports of them first moving into some of these areas, holding some of these areas that you see shaded in purple here. They're contesting these areas that are shaded in red. That's where this fighting is ongoing, is in these areas here. They're trying to create kind of a buffer zone, again, between northern Israel and Lebanon. And again, that is one of the symptoms here of that, again, is these scenes that we're seeing of fighting that is ongoing in that area. Next up here, another post by Wes. Again, this is coming from an account called Aleph. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly here. On X, it says here, initial reports the Israeli Air Force airstrike in Dahieh suburb of Beirut, Lebanon. This might be the one we saw earlier on stream, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Digit posted this earlier. If you want some information on Cuba, here's a article here, actually. Trump on taking Cuba. I can do anything I want with it, he says. Again, been a lot of speculation here on what the U.S. may do with Cuba. It says here, President Trump on Monday said he believes he will have the honor of taking over Cuba, coming as the administration is choking the communist regime in Havana with fuel blockades. Trump, speaking to reporters from the Oval Office, would not rule out a military move, adding, quote, I think I can do anything I want with it, he said there. statements. Again, interesting statements. It remains to be seen how that situation will develop over the coming days. Another post here by Wes on X. Again, this has been geo-confirmed here from stitching together 2 videos that we've seen over the course of the night. Again, we've seen one intercepted drone crash in Tigris, and another impact a building in the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad compound as filmed from approximate coordinates listed there. And actually, I can show you the video here. You can see that's a Shahed 136 right there. There's that CRAM. There's that CRAM. Okay, so right here, CRAM engages, right? CRAM engages, strikes the target, and then you'll see that Shahed falls to the ground and explodes. Right here. Right there. That's that Shahed exploding. Almost looked like they might have taken some shrapnel. Hard to tell. Almost looks like that vehicle might have taken some shrapnel. Probably not, though. It looks like there's a barrier along there.
لحظة شنو هاي؟ ها شنو هاي؟ طير طير؟ هاي راح تضرب الفندق، ضربت الفندق. هاي وقعت
John Holt says, I figured we'll see a huge softening package prior to any amphibious assault. Yes, if the U.S. does decide to utilize that Marine Expeditionary Unit for any type of amphibious landing on some of those islands or the coastline, which, again, I still stand by the assessment that is very unlikely. More likely, possibly, the islands, again, would be where we would see that. Yes, we would definitely see kind of a softening campaign of those areas, and arguably on those islands that's what we're already seeing now. Again, with those heavy strikes that have occurred on Karg Island over the past few days, that's indicative of that for sure. Our next post here was posted by Bubba. We got 2 of them. This is again some footage of an Iranian Shahed 136 flying low over Iraqi capital of Baghdad before being engaged by an American CRAM system here. Pretty sure that was the same footage. This is the same drone, same incident. I'm pretty sure just from a different angle there. Same footage, different angle. If I'm not mistaken. Here's some more footage coming from Bubba. Again, footage shows a near direct impact on U.S. Embassy compound in Baghdad during tonight's Iranian drone attack against the capital of Iraq. Interesting stuff. I believe we already saw this one by Wes. Yeah, that's a double post there. Oh, I gotta remove the other one. We can't have double posts now. We gotta watch that, guys. Gotta watch that. Wes just posted this. This is again some geolocation data that was done. Again, it's the power plant infrastructure. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, this is the U.S. Embassy building there. It's the compound's power plant there that was struck. Again, in that blast that we saw just moments ago. Yeah, guys, watch your double posts in the situation room. Make sure you're not double posting. Very important, very important. I would take this source. This is coming from 1080p Potato. Take this source with a grain of salt, but this does look to be current footage. Again, CRAM footage coming out of Iraq. Notice the rounds, guys. Notice the rounds exploding there. And they explode around that target. And this system is capable of engaging multiple threats simultaneously. Good stuff, 1080p, good stuff. All right, let's take a look at this one. He also sent this one over.
هاي الثانية جتي بسمع عليه أمير بسمع عليه دنك
قريبة سيدي قريبة
معالجة وقعد ضربه يا رب سترك انت ارحم الراحمين ضربها
So yeah, I believe that is that same strike on that power compound there, that power plant for that U.S. embassy. Some other footage here showing the same incident here, different angle. Some footage here coming from Wes here. This is showing, again, I showed you this video footage earlier, but we also have some some geolocation data with it as well. This is showing, again, this is showing some destruction that occurred at 3 IRGC structures, again, that were destroyed in Telegani Street between the Land Affairs Office and the Martyrs Foundation. Again, a major setback for payments for the families of dead IRGC members there. Yeah, that's a point that I've been meaning to make here is a lot of the financial infrastructure in Iran that pays not only the military and government officials, but also some citizens within Iran has been knocked offline. And I believe they get paid the 21st, or it might be as early as the 18th. And if they're not going to get paid, that might very well change things here. Within Iran, that might change the country's sentiment on the IRGC if they're not getting paid. If like government officials aren't getting paid, if military aren't getting paid, if citizens aren't getting paid as well, that could definitely again change things here. We could see a shift in the public sentiment here over the coming days. So interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Saw this same footage as well. Hold on, we got another double here, guys. Yeah, I gotta watch the doubles. Second here, looking here. Miss Tiger Eye posted this in the Situation Room earlier. This is some analysis on the oil markets. This is over in the Situation Room if you scroll up a little bit. If you guys want to look more into, again, the situation here with the oil markets and some of that analysis, it's over there. Again, this is coming from Bloomberg Business. Might be an interesting read. You can find that over in the Situation Room. Give me 1 second here. We got a few new ones in here, I think. Too Tall actually posted some interesting imagery here. This is the ammo drum. This is the ammo drum for an A-10. Cool stuff. Really cool stuff. He said this was taken at an air show. Ammo drum for the A-10 and the Burt from a local air show that he saw there. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, this is that GAU 8A Avenger weapon system here. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can... Yeah, it's kind of hard to see on screen here, but maybe I can... Yeah. I'm kind of SOL on that one at the moment. Here's the weapon system itself. Yeah, how these are opening up for me is kind of like off screen a little bit. My apologies, but yeah, you can see that gun there and just how big it is. And this is the 30mm round that the A-10 uses. Quite a large round. Quite a large round that we're talking about here. Too Tall, thank you so much for posting those. Always interesting seeing stuff like that. Really like it. Again, big shout out to everybody that posted in the Situation Room this evening. I believe there might have been some others here. Let me just double check here. I know we had a few others earlier tonight. This is coming from James L. earlier on the Situation Room. Again, this was in relation to the Dubai airport situation. All flights to and from Dubai have been temporarily suspended. Do not go to the airport, they said. If we look at the flight radar here, if I give it a refresh, give me 1 second here. If I give it a refresh, it does look like, again, that they have opened up in a limited capacity that airport again. So again, they are operating in a very limited capacity after those strikes occurred there earlier today. Really quick, we're going to do a little check for aircraft here in the skies above the Middle East. Take a look what's going on in the skies. I believe our B-1 is gone now, but we do have some other KC-135Rs hanging out in the airspace at the moment. Yep, another one here as well. Another one here can be seen. Another one here, I believe, yeah, heading into Ben Gurion. And another one there as well. That one looks to have taken off possibly somewhere in the Gulf nations, I think. Civilian flight there. We still have this MQ-9B Protector. Not sure, again, we're tracking this MQ-9 Reaper here. Also UK military. It could just be the same drone. Again, that's being misidentified twice here. And then, of course, you got Britain's KC-2 Voyager up in the air at the moment as well, hanging out. So not the hustle and bustle that we saw earlier tonight, but still quite a few of those aircraft in the air. And you have to consider how many aircraft are operating around this airspace right now that do not have their transponders on. That is a huge thing to consider. Timothy, thank you so much for subscribing. Highly appreciate it, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Suicide Jockey says he counted 10. Fubard says it's the calm before the storm. Indeed, they've, again, waves. That's kind of how this has been operating here. The U.S. and Israel have been, conducting waves of strikes. You know what I mean? You'll see a large wave. We'll get reports on it, over on X, right? And then, you'll have a period of downtime for a while. Oh, hey, this IDF heavy fighting footage made its way to our X feed, actually. Digit had posted this over in the Middle East news channel. Again, this is talking about, again, that KC-135R. Again, it says here, a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft is reportedly involved in an emergency situation at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv. The aircraft vanished from Flight Radar 24 moments ago after displaying, after displaying an erratic low-altitude flight path off of the Israeli coast. Again, this could be transponder glitch here, so keep that in mind. However, the altitude usually does not lie. Again, barometric altitude was only around 4,950 feet. I mean, that's still pretty high up, but again, yeah, that could be indicative of something. Were they squawking 7,700? I don't think anybody mentioned that they were squawking 7,700. I didn't get a chance to get eyes on this one. What it says here, Iraqi resistance channels are claiming the plane was engaged over Iraqi airspace and forced to make an emergency landing in Tel Aviv. Again, developing story here. If you go over to our Flight Radar 24, again, it does look like it has landed. It is not currently up with a transponder at this moment. Yeah, a couple KC-135Rs in the airspace at the moment. Yeah, full-on firefight in that video we just watched, though. Yeah, that is true, Too Tall. It is true. Yeah, it seems that fighting is pretty heavy there in Lebanon at the moment. One second here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm just checking a few things here that are coming in my way. Yeah, speaking to that earlier B1, I saw somebody post in the Middle East flight radar channel that it looked like that B1 was heading over Karg. That was earlier today, of course. Yeah, heading towards Karg. That was earlier today. Miss Clayj says Israel released a second AI video of Netanyahu. AI video detectors say it's 99% AI. Miss Clayj, if you could post a link to that, post a link to it in the chat, and I'll take a look. I'd like to take a look at that. Again, I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I've seen a few. There's a few that have come out here over the course of the day. I know they've put out a few, you know, and a lot of people have speculated on that those are AI. But we could definitely take a look. We could definitely take a look. Again, I really like debunking stuff like that. So if you got a link, post a link in the live chat to this specific video, and then we'll get it up on screen here and take a look at that. One second here, ladies and gentlemen. Just taking a look at a few things that are coming in my way. Refreshing our feed here. A former IDF general, Avivi, says a turning point is near, with Iranians expected to be urged into the streets under the cover of aerial support. You know, what's interesting, again, I've talked about this a few times. A big point here, I think that is going to be like a big turning point, I think, within Iran, is when/if the people of Iran do not get their paychecks. Specifically, if people within the Iranian military or the Iranian government stop getting paychecks. Kipcast, I'm tracking. I saw that silencer video. That's pretty sweet. I had seen those recently. Pretty cool technology. Harlan Martin with a great question says, question, is there a full-on maintenance hangar these tankers go to for mechanical checkups after flights? Seems that hangar would be busy 24/7. Ton of workers, just curious. Yes, most definitely. Most definitely, again, they have either temporarily set up some facilities for those strato tankers to get maintenance, or they're utilizing some established aircraft maintenance hangar. Most likely there at Ben Gurion, as well as at other air bases across the region. Sorry, excuse me. But yes, they are. I mean, in between each flight, again, they're PMCSing those aircraft for sure. Too Tall says, so we got cardboard Ayatollahs and AI Netanyahu. What a time to be alive. Indeed, indeed. Yeah, a lot of people speculating on the Netanyahu AI stuff. Give me 1 second here. Again, I'm waiting for the link. If you guys can post a link, give me a link to whichever video they're saying is AI. I know I've seen a few, but I need a specific one. Give me a specific one. Drop it in fact check. Drop it in fact check over on the. Yeah, drop it on fact check in the OSINT category on the Discord, or just drop the link right in the live chat. You can do that as well. I saw the one with the coffee. I did see that one. Hold on, give me 1 second. Sounds like one of our feeds might have just went down there. Oh no, we still got it. Yeah, guys, we got to get a source. We got to get a source going here. Yeah, if you post the link to the live chat, and I can copy and paste it. Or post it in the fact check channel if one of you want to post it over there. Whichever video you guys are specifically referencing. Give me one moment here. I'm just trying to see if I can find... Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, Tiger Eye. Yeah, that one. So, right off the bat, 1 minute in length. 1 minute in length. Keep that in mind, guys. Keep that in mind. 1 minute in length. So, that is, again, usually indicative of it not being an AI clip. However, doesn't rule it out completely.
מה שאלת אותי? ראש הממשלה אומרים ברשת שאתה בכלל מת? אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי.
Alright, give me 1 second here. Let's zoom in a little here. So some people were saying the coffee not spilling any drops.
שאתה בכלל מת? אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי.
Again, that's foam. Foam has kind of a higher surface tension, which would make sense. Foam has a higher surface tension on these coffees. Again, which would mean if it has like a frothy, foamy top, it's not necessarily going to spill over the side. Again, not a huge indicator, though. Not a huge indicator. Somebody was saying about the wedding ring. Notice his wedding ring on his finger here. Let's just watch the video here, and I'll see if I can spot anything. MTM says the wedding ring is a lot more obvious.
איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות? אתה יכול להראות לנו? פה. פה. ראית? יפה מאוד. לחיים. אתה חושב של המסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים? לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה.
I'm watching that wedding ring right now like a hawk.
מדהימה. נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים דברים שאני לא יכול לשתף...
I'm watching that wedding ring like an open source intelligence hawk right now. Let me know if I missed it.
ברגע זה, אבל עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד, גם ביום הזה, גם בלבנון, ממשיכים. אתם אומרים לי להמשיך? אני אומר לכולכם, גם אתם תמשיכו. תמשיכו להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, כל הזמן, להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, וגם לראשי הערים, להיות תמיד ליד מרחב מוגן. ואנחנו נקל ככל שהדבר ניתן. ותודה לך על הקפה, הוא מצוין. אני לא יודע לגבי הקלוריות, זה נראה לי מסוכן מאוד.
Where did the... Oh, somebody said the wedding ring is another video. The Gulf says at 11 seconds his hands are, or his fingers are backwards on his other hand. I don't see that. Are you talking about this hand or that hand? No, they look to be in the right orientation. I see fingernails. That doesn't seem to be indicative there. Yeah, it definitely looks like a frothier top on the coffee, that's for sure. Again, this latte espresso, whatever he's drinking, again, just because it's slosh over the side when he grabs the cup doesn't mean that it's AI. Again, whatever's there on top probably had just higher surface tension. And those lids, actually right there, you do see some of the liquid almost just coming over the edge of the lid there. Or, sorry, of the lip of the cup. Right there, you do see some liquid almost coming over the ledge of the cup there.
ראית? יפה מאוד. לחיים. אתה חושב של המסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים? לצאת להתאוורר, אבל...
Can you guys see this right now? Hold on, I got this full screen. Can you guys see this? Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's a little bit skewed. As Shandi Richmond says, nah, he just has jacked up fingers. Oh, hey, this one. Hold on. I have one that I know for sure is AI. Wes, thank you much for posting this one. This one's definitely AI. Let's take a look here.
אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות? אתה יכול להראות.
So actually here, guys, I don't believe this one is AI. I believe this is like a deep fake that somebody did. This almost looks like a deep fake track of some kind. We're at 30 seconds on the clip length. It's... Where is our... Okay.
Alarm. Misgav Am.
We have one alert coming through here in Misgav Am. Interesting, interesting. And a couple more coming through at the moment as well. What's interesting here, they're still using Netanyahu's voice for this one. And they're using his same facial features and everything. This almost looks like a deep fake was performed here.
אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות? אתה יכול להראות לנו? פה. היית? יפה מאוד. לחיים. אני חושב המסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים? לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה. מוגן.
Right here. Watch this hand and watch like the light flicker on this hand. That's indicative of like a deep fake. I believe this was hand done. I believe somebody almost like did a deep fake for the facial features and then hand did the rest of this here.
והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה. נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים...
And of course they reused his voice for this one. Hold on, where's the other one? I'm gonna keep analyzing this one here.
מה שאלת אותי? חושב שלא אומרים ברשת שאתה בכלל מת? אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות? אתה יכול להראות לנו? פה. פה. היית? יפה מאוד. לחיים. אני חושב המסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים? לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה. נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים דברים שאני לא יכול לשתף ברגע זה, אבל עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד, גם ביום הזה, גם בלבנון, ממשיכים. אתם אומרים לי...
Somebody said the other video is where his ring disappears. I believe they're talking about...
פה עם שיר ושיר.
We talk about this one here. Are you guys talking about this one?
פה עם שיר ושיר.
Here, we'll watch this.
איזה יופי.
תודה רבה.
תודה, תודה לכם.
תודה רבה.
תודה לכם. טוב, קצת לספוג שמש.
So keep in mind, the camera they're using here has a pretty intense bokeh,
של מי הכלב?
which can kind of maybe make things like look a little artificial. It's just whatever camera they're using has a very intense bokeh.
לכולכם מגיע. יצאתם להתעורר קצת? כן. יפה מאוד. תראה, על ירושלים, יש משהו יותר יפה מזה? אין על ירושלים, נהדר.
הוא השתגע מזה.
תשמע, אני זוכר את זה.
אתה זוכר? קוראים לו גיא.
Looking for this wedding ring.
תמסרו לו דש. איזה יופי. שלום. שלום לכם. גם אתם יצאתם קצת להתעורר?
Looking for this wedding ring.
מרחב מוגן, איפה את יודעת?
ממש שמה, בטח. א' ב' זה לבדוק.
כמה צעדים מכאן, נכון?
The wedding ring's there. I see the wedding ring. I see the wedding ring there.
את אמרת הכי טוב. הציבור מבין את העניין. אבל הנה הפרט הכי חשוב. איך קוראים לך?
שיר.
מה ששיר אמר, ואת?
שיר גם.
יש לנו שני שירים כאן. מה ששיר ושיר אמרו זה הדבר המרכזי. צריך להבין, זה דורש אורך רוח, אבל זה גם אפשר לפעמים לצאת לרוח, להתאוורר, אבל תמיד להיות ליד מרחב מוגן, וגם פה יש.
I didn't see the ring disappear unless I'm missing it here. Miss Tiger Eye says might be a double. Could be. Very well could be. Shandi Richmond says, I just translated this video. He's telling you how he likes his coffee. Somebody said the coat pocket glitches in the first video. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. All right, we're going to watch coat pockets now. We're watching coat pockets. Coat pocket. Identified. Tracking. We're tracking the coat pocket. I will say the coffee is very near to spilling. You can see it kind of going over that little lip right there. Just a little bit.
It's
definitely like, again, I'm viewing this on like a 4K ultra wide monitor here. I mean, I can see the detail on the top of that cup, and that's definitely like kind of froth, some foamy, frothy surface there, which again would have more surface tension than just pure liquid coffee. Oh yeah, sorry, I got distracted. We're looking for coat pockets. I'm watching this coat pocket like a hawk.
והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה, נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים דברים שאני לא יכול לשתף ברגע זה, אבל עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד גם ביום הזה, גם בלבנון, ממשיכים. אתם אומרים לי להמשיך? אני אומר לכולכם, גם אתם תמשיכו. תמשיכו להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, כל הזמן, להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, וגם לראשי הערים, להיות תמיד ליד מרחב מוגן. אנחנו נקל ככל שהדבר ניתן. ותודה לך על הקפה, הוא מצוין. אני לא יודע לגבי הקלוריות, זה נראה לי מסוכן מאוד.
All right, listen, I can tell you right now, two things. One, pocket no glitch, unless I'm looking at the wrong video. Unless I'm looking at the wrong video here, let me know in the chat. Second of all, two things I could tell you about this video, right? One, physics are consistent, right? Physics are consistent. The time is, again, longer than you would see with an AI-generated video, unless they're using some advanced model that Mossad has that we don't fucking know about, which, again, is always possible, right? The physics is pretty consistent in the video. The audio is very consistent in the video. Again, no audio indicators, to me, that this is AI-generated. Also, lighting, hair behavior. I'm looking in the background. Often the background is where a lot of these AI models start to fall apart. And I'm not noticing any like crazy morphing in the background, any crazy inconsistencies. The signs, these signs that you see and graphics that you see within this shop, again, look to be consistent with what you would see. The interaction of the liquid within the cup relative to his motion seems to be consistent. Skin textures and his hands, again, seem to be, like, the hands is a big one. And, you know, you could see them, you could see him, like, purposely showing you his hands to prove that it's not AI, which, I mean, I find interesting, possibly a little sus there. But everything in the background seems to be consistent, especially when they pan the camera.
לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה, נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים דברים ש...
Audio definitely seems legit.
אני לא יכול לשתף ברגע זה, אבל עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד גם ביום הזה.
That POS system is a real POS system in real life. I recognize that POS system that's being used there, right down to the exact point of sale module here for accepting credit card transactions.
גם בלבנון, ממשיכים. אתם אומרים לי...
Also, if you notice, this coffee cup, the text on the coffee cup, very consistent.
אני אומר לכולכם.
We don't see any weirdness with that. The signs, the text, the bags of coffee up here. Everything in the background looks to be... Nothing seems to be out of place. Hold on, let me back it up a few frames here. Right there. I'm looking for any weirdness. Morphing of objects together. Anything that, you know, stands out to me. And I'm not really seeing anything that's standing out to me here. You can see tip. See this here? Can you see that? It says tip. That looks consistent. Even the writing and imagery here on the point of sale system, If this is AI, I mean, this is like some next level shit that we haven't seen before, right? If this were to be AI, this is a whole nother generation ahead of, I mean, and again, I'm not picking up any inconsistencies here or tall tale signs of AI imagery or generation at all in this video. I mean, of course, there is the bokeh effect, right? The camera they're using has a very intense bokeh effect, right? Which might put some people off into making them think that, you know, this is artificial, but it's not. Again, a lot of cameras have that very intense bokeh focus effect. But I'm looking for things like interaction of the coffee, you know, as he moves, interaction of his jacket as his hands interact with it. And I'm telling you right now, I don't see any indicators. Another thing, again, it's just the time, the length, the audio. Killer Stroke says he drinks the coffee and nothing is removed from the cup. When does he drink it? Hold on, let me see. Where does he drink it? All right, so he picks up the coffee here, right?
Fantastic.
You can see it's definitely flowing over that lip.
אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות?
אתה יכול להראות לנו?
פה. פה. ראית?
Okay, so the coffee is definitely interacting with his hand motions very accurately. Which, again, most AI models are not going to get that.
לחיים.
Okay, notice the foam onto the lips. That's very realistic. It does look like the level in the coffee has gone down a very slight amount. Again, I'm blowing this up here on a pretty massive monitor so I can get a look at every pixel here. And I do see, again, it does look like the coffee is down. Oh, yeah, 100%. 100% the coffee is down from the rim a little bit. And on top of that, you can see that this foam artwork that was done here on top of the coffee, the foam is disturbed from him. I'm really going into a freaking deep dive here, aren't I? The foam is disturbed by him drinking it. Clearly, the foam artwork was disturbed and pulled to the side where he drank it. However, wait, give me a second here. Okay, so they skipped a clip. So see that jump cut there? So he had foam on his face, and then you notice a jump cut.
That's it.
Most likely him wiping his mouth or licking his lips or something like that. Because see the foam there? Jump cut. The level in the coffee cup is definitely down at least a few millimeters from the surface of the rim. It is no longer breaching up and over that side of that rim like it was originally. And the foam in the cup is definitely moved, again, you know, like agitated, you should say, from him drinking the coffee. This is ridiculous, you guys. This is absolutely ridiculous. Rob D says, how do we know that it's recent footage? Now, right there, now that could be an alternative possibility here. Rob, again, thinking on his feet, using his brain. I appreciate that, Rob. This could be old footage. Yeah, that's another possibility. That is definitely another possibility. Uncle said the other video 25 seconds in for that ring disappearance. Where did I lose that? Where's that other video at? Oh, here it is. 25 seconds in. Okay, 25 seconds in. Let's see this here. That was 25 seconds. Am I on the wrong video here? Okay, hold on. We'll go frame by frame. Starting at 21 seconds, okay? Moving frame by frame. I don't know if you guys can see it, but... frame by frame, I'm looking at this ring. Hand goes up. Oh, yeah. No. Okay, so what we're seeing here is his hand bend inwards. You can still see the outline of the ring right there. It's still there. It is definitely still there. His hand sways inward away from the camera. You can still see the ring there, just barely. Yeah, so what we're seeing is his hand curl inwards towards this lady here. And the ring, for a brief second, just goes out of the view. This is similar to the finger, to the 6-finger thing the other day. It's just like a play on angles here. But I can still tell, even when his hand is away, the ring is still there. You can still see the glint of the metal of the ring right there. Oh, Miss Tiger, I said 15 seconds. All right, okay. Hold on, let's back up. All right, we're 12 seconds here. 12 seconds. 13 seconds. 14 seconds. Okay, at 15 seconds. I can't even see his ring at 15 seconds. Are we looking at the wrong video here? This is 15 seconds. This is the 15-second mark right here. Am I looking at the wrong thing? Come on, guys. Guidance here. Back and to the left, Kipcat says. Oh, don't worry, Uncle. I'll still trust you. 15-ish. She says at 15 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at 15 seconds right now. This is 15 seconds on the mark. And he is completely obstructed from view here. I see his right hand. Okay, so there's his left hand there. And I'm telling you, frame by frame here, I'm still seeing that ring, guys. It's the right video, keep playing. It's the right video, keep playing, he says. Alright, again, I'm just going to keep an eye. I'm going to go frame by frame through this one. I'm going to be just tracking that ring the whole time. Oh, guys, I think I found it. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we found it. I think we found it. I think we have found what we are looking for. Oh, you're right. There's no ring on that finger! Guys, there's no ring on that motherfucking finger. Guys, did we just find the proof in the pudding? Did we just find the proof in the pudding? Yeah, let's go down to 0.25 speed here. So there's definitely a ring right there, right? Can you guys see this? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Hold on. Let me All right, so there's definitely a ring on this finger right here, right? No ring. Holy shit. Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. So I can tell you either two things. Either this is a camera artifact that's happening here. This is real footage, and this is a camera artifact that we're seeing. Or the Israelis and Mossad have some crazy next-level AI generation model that they're using here. Or we're seeing some kind of... Right there, it does disappear. Gone. Gonzo. Hold on 1 second here. Again, we're just analyzing this. This is real time, guys. We're real time. We're working through this. Can we see this now that I moved that? I mean, yeah, it could be a camera artifact here that we're seeing. It could be that Netanyahu is a magician, and you know he's ever since he was a kid he wanted to be a magician. You know what I mean? All right, hold on. Let's play this now that it's full screen. Let's back it up a little bit here. We're going to play 0.25 speed.
Yes.
There's the ring. Ring is right there. Can you guys see this? There's a ring, bottom middle of your screen. Is the scroll bar in the way? You guys might not even be able to see the hand, actually, at the moment. We might be skewed down. Hold on. Hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. This is better. All right, ring. You could clearly see a ring there, right? You can clearly see the ring. Ring is there. Ring is there. Ring is not there. I don't know. Did we just find proof? Did we just find some proof? I mean, there's clearly no ring there. Unless we're seeing some kind of camera artifact, or they have some insane AI generation capabilities here. Yeah, I mean, you do see the ring almost pop out of existence. Fancy me corrected here, ladies and gentlemen. Hipcast just got on a list. Golf says, now try this again at the 11-second mark. So, you know, another thing I'm thinking, could this be like, I mean, they're using this camera with the heavy bokeh. You know, could this be some kind of bokeh effect, or some kind of like camera artifacting that we're seeing here? Boom. As you keep playing it, he does extend his finger out, and you are not seeing a ring there. Okay, hold on. Actually, watches his hand. So his hand's there, right? Hand goes up. And you can see the ring again. The ring is there again at this point. Could it be lighting? Could it be lighting? Could it be camera artifacts of some kind? Possibly. Alright, Kipcast says to go back and try it at the 11-second mark. I see ring. I see ring. Still see the ring. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Yeah, Lex, that's what I'm talking about. Like, frame rate. Yeah, like, again. Yeah, something to do with, like, the digital bokeh combined with frame rate and motion blur. That definitely could cause something like that. Kipcast says streamer mysteriously disappears. Not again. We don't want that again. I have seen, listen, I will tell you this, right? I've been working with cameras and all sorts of videography related stuff for years. All right? 15, 20 years, all right? And I have seen crazier camera artifacts than that. I have seen much crazier, again, visual distortions and artifacts in real video than that. Is it AI? I'm not 100% convinced that it's AI. Is there something funky going on specifically with this clip? Yes. Is there anything funky going on with the coffee clip? No. I do not believe so. Again, what I can do, and what I'm going to do, again, after we've gone down this freaking rabbit hole this evening, I'm going to run some analysis. I'm going to run some analysis this evening. Some deep dive analysis here. Too Tall Tom says, imagine being the video editor for Netanyahu and he comes in pissed in the morning saying you're making him look like AI, right? I'm going to do some deep dive video analysis here. I have quite a few tools. The Goph says check 9 to 12 seconds. We just looked at 9 to 12 seconds. Here, I'll start at 8. Yeah, hearing drunk Netanyahu sounds is gonna give me a freaking aneurysm. I'm gonna do a deep dive into this evening after this stream is done. And you guys could probably expect a full video on this. I'm going to run this through some analysis tools. I'm going to download these videos directly from a few different sources here. This one doesn't have the download feature available on it, so I'm going to have to track down a couple copies of this video. And I'm going to run it through a few things. This could be scaling, yeah, as Lex says. Yeah, this could also be scaling. It could be a scaling issue. I can tell you right off the bat, unless they're using some AI generation model that is decades ahead of what we have now, I'm not seeing any clear indicators of AI. Could this be doctored in some way? Yes. We can already tell it is. I mean, they're using some digital bokeh effects here. They're definitely prettying up the image in some way. There's definitely some post-processing or something going on here with this video footage that they're putting out. That is without a doubt, right? Could this be old footage recycled for this purpose? Maybe. That's always a a possibility. As Ms. Tiger Eye says, Israel is very high tech, right? Again, what if this was AI, right? Whatever model they're using is beyond the capability to spot. I mean, of course, besides small hallucinations like this, right? But as far as like clarity of image and continuity of physics and lack of hallucinations go, like this is this would be very good, very up there. Not to mention the audio and the length at which it's generated. This would be again a pretty advanced model that they're using. Is it possible? 100%. 100%. I'm going to pull the footage. I'm going to pull this footage, do a little bit of a deep dive tonight, and I'll report back to you guys. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of people on the internet that are convinced that this is AI. Is it possible? 100%. 100% it's possible. Do I think it is? Right off the bat, after looking at this, I think there's other possibilities to look at first. Just because it's fake doesn't mean it's AI. Just because it could be fake doesn't mean it's AI. There's other ways to do these things. There's other possibilities here, 100%. Too Tall says the AI model is called reality. Right there. Right there. Again. The Goph says coffee shop 9 to 13 seconds left hand. Left hand. 9 what do you say? 9 to 13 seconds? Let's knock this back. 0.25x. 9 to 13 seconds. Left hand.
Fantastic. Entonces pon SpongeBob.
Are we talking about, okay, are we talking about my left or his left? His right, his left. Are we talking about his left or my left? Are we talking about my left or his left here? Which left are we talking about here? My left or his left, Gof? His left. Okay, his left. All right, we're going to look at 9 to 13 seconds here. 9 to 13 seconds, and go. Okay, hand comes out. Ring is there. Oh, there is the ring. There is the ring. The ring is there. There is definitely a ring there. Is that what we're looking at? We're looking at the ring? There's definitely a ring there. That's 13 seconds. What are we looking for on this one? What are we looking for on this one exactly? Is he saying SpongeBob there? Or am I hallucinating? This is what I sound like after doing these live streams when I go for like 12 hours. Look behind his middle finger, 2 fingers. He just has a fat finger. That's his knuckle there. Somebody says he has 2 fingers. I don't see 2 fingers. He just has a fat finger. He has one hell of a finger there. I'm standing by it. He just has some he just has some fat fingers. His pocket closes weird, they say. It doesn't seem to close weird. I'm watching the pocket again. As he raises his arm, his pocket fabric actually adjusts how you would expect it to in real life. As that seam is pulled up. Watch, as he raises his arm. As he raises his arm, right? See how the pocket kind of opens as he raises his arm, pulling up on that seam there? Hey, here's an idea for you guys, right? For the ring thing. Right? Here's an idea that I don't think anybody has considered. Could it be possible? Okay, going back to this video here, right? Could it be possible that Netanyahu simply forgot his wedding ring at home that day and they had to add it in post? Just an idea. This is just an idea. Bear with me here. He forgot his ring at home on the bedside table. Wife messages him absolutely furious. You forgot your wedding ring? All right? He's like, oh, shit, guys. I cannot have this footage published without my wedding ring on. That does not look good. But they're not just going to go out and awkwardly re-record the footage that they got in that day, right? So here's what they do. They have the IDF VFX team add the ring in post, all right? They track the hand, okay? They track the hand, right? All right? They go in. They comp in that ring in every single frame. The VFX guy just got back from his lunch break, right, when he was like on this frame here, right? and he forgot where he was at, or his mouse jumped ahead, and he missed a couple frames of comping in the ring. Right? And boom, that's what we get there. Obey the Octopus says, has he been seen in public? We've seen reports that he has been seen in public over the past week. There has been some reports of that. Again, I'm putting out an idea here. I'm putting out an idea. I'm putting out an idea here. You know, like he forgot his ring on the bedside table, and his wife, man, she was not going to have that. And he was like, I cannot let her see this footage of me not wearing my wedding ring. He asked Jacob down in the VFX department, bro, can you put this ring back on my finger? Can we comp this back in? So the VFX team got hard to work. They started comping frame by frame, comping that ring back on, but they missed a couple frames here. Just saying, just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. Uncle Sakuna says, how often does he film footage like this, though? He does. I mean, I've seen a lot of clips of Netanyahu over the years. He does do this occasionally. Too Tall says, with his fat fingers, I don't think he can get it off. get the wedding ring off. Yeah, you guys, I think mystery solved here. He simply forgot his wedding ring at home on the bedside table. They had to comp it back in. No, but in all seriousness, though, I will look into this, of course. You know, I'm all about doing my due diligence, right? We'll do some analysis. I'll grab these videos, because this has been, I mean, people have been messaging me about this. I got emails about this today, about these clips. I will do my due diligence and look into this. Trevru asks, Nemico Network, why is this a thing, though? Why are we watching a video of him? What are they saying? Is he being targeted or something? So there seems to be a large quantity of people on the internet that seem to be convinced that he is dead. And that these are AI videos of him. Either dead, injured, or missing, whatever it may be, right? Which, again, we have no evidence of that at this time. Again, besides these random claims that, you know, this is a, again, an AI video. Stink Floyd says the ring never disappeared. Yeah, I mean, initially look at this, I do think, again, it could be like possibly a camera artifact. The ring is still there, and we're just not seeing it due to a combination of, again, frame rate. It could be frame rate, some of the blur, shutter rate, stuff like that, right? It's causing some kind of artifacting here. Because you see the ring is still there in this clip, right? You back it up. We don't see it for a few seconds. This could be lighting related. Again, shutter rate related. In fact, you can kind of see the ring right there. If you look really closely, if you guys all lean into your screens really, really, really close, you can still kind of see the outline of the ring there. But as I said, to appease the masses, I'm definitely going to get my hands on this footage. Run it through some analysis tonight. I have a few tools at my disposal. Run it through some. Yep, we'll get some enhance, as Unit says. We'll do some enhancing on the video footage. You can see the outline of the ring there, just barely. Again, a combination of focus issues, shutter, frame rate, and lighting. Again, I believe are what are causing this distortion that you're seeing here. As for the coffee video, I mean, again, I've watched this like a million times now. I don't see anything that is indicative of AI in this imagery that we're seeing here. Looking at the hands, looking at the coffee, the interaction between all of the objects in the frame, the interaction between the liquid and him moving around is very accurate as well. Too Tall says the Tucker Carlson video is definitely real. Urana says you should invite him to do an in-person interview. He says if he ignores the request or refuses, then this is proof. Yeah. Ms. Tiger Eye says, Nemico Network, can you explain to Trevu321 that Israel is most certainly getting its fair share of attacks and damage? Yeah, and I've shown you guys clips on stream tonight of that. Again, we've seen tons of that footage. Tons of footage and images. Yes, they are definitely, again, taking damage for sure. 100%. 100%. There are missiles that are making it through there. Not even the missiles that are making it through. The missiles that are getting intercepted by the Iron Dome system, again, that debris is falling down and is causing material damage. 100%. 100%. They are definitely taking some damage. They're not 100%, again, safe here by any stretch of the imagination. And again, I've showed, if you scroll back through tonight's stream, I showed many clips and images, again, out of Israel that have been geolocated and confirmed from today. Gnostic Man says, just ran 6 miles on a treadmill while watching this stream. A lot of it is BB vids tonight. This is just kind of like our post-news degeneracy, our post-news breakdown, deep dive that we're going into here. If the majority of the stream tonight was good quality reporting until we got to this point here. Liam, it's good to see you. Says, what's going on with Lebanon right now? How many IDF are on Lebanese soil? We don't know an exact figure, but again, they have moved in. They have moved into Lebanon. They were already there, as I stated earlier in this week, over the past week or two, actually, now. They have been moving in a limited capacity, but it's now, again, more official that they are moving in a greater capacity and making it official that they are operating within Lebanon. Trevu says, Nemico Network, put a percentage on it. What do you think the ratio of attack/damage are on each side? Oh, now that's a great question. So, like Gulf nations and Israel combined versus Iran, I would say we're looking like maybe 10 to 15% damage Israel Gulf nations to 80-85% damage in Iran, if you were to put like a percentage on it. Definitely Iran is taking a heavier beating, 100%. 100%. Again, just from the sheer amount of strikes that we've seen from U.S. and Israeli forces there. But the Gulf nations, they're still getting hit. Israel's still getting hit. I would say that would probably be somewhere like 10-15% Israel Gulf nations damage-wise compared to the 80-85% that actually more like 85 to 90% that Iran is taking. That would be a good assessment there. And that's combining all of the strikes that have gotten through in the Gulf nations, all of the damage that's been done in the Gulf nations, and Israel as well, combined. Yeah, maybe 10%. And that's generous. Yeah, definitely a big difference, 100%. But I reiterate, Israel and the Gulf states, they're definitely still getting hit, 100%. 100% they are. There's still definitely damage. There's been lots of personnel, loss of life, casualties in those countries as well, 100%. Harlan says on that, are they rolling tanks in there? Yes, in fact, they rolled tanks in like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago into these areas. These areas that you see in purple, a lot of that territory was taken by the IDF like over a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I reported on that like live as those news reports were rolling in that night. We got reports of tanks and soldiers on the ground striking targets within these areas in southern Lebanon over the border, right? Over a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. What's new is that they're moving like a large quantity of forces into this area now. And again, they're trying to create that buffer zone between northern Israel and southern Lebanon. Curtis says, like cluster time after the news. Yes, exactly. This is the time of night where we start just randomly, deep diving into random subjects, giving analysis on things that interest the viewers. Ms. Clay J says it's illegal in to film and post footage of war in Israel. That may be. It's the same in Iran. 100%. 100%. The Iranians are arresting people for posting footage. They're accusing them of being spies, essentially, and agitators. And I showed you guys reports of that earlier this evening. But with that said, footage and images are coming out of both countries. I showed you guys tonight images out of Israel. I'd have to scroll back like 1,000 posts here, but I'm going to do my due diligence for you guys here, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. We got to filter through all the other crap that we have here that's come out over the course of the day. But we've had a lot. We've had a lot from both sides. Here's footage. Here's footage right here of, again, missiles being intercepted in Tel Aviv. These are IDF soldiers taking this footage. Right? IDF soldiers in Tel Aviv cheer as Iranian missiles gets intercepted overhead. This is confirmed and posted, cross-posted by multiple open-source intelligence analysts today. We have more. Hold on. Give me a second here. Airstrikes in Tehran tonight. This was 3 hours ago. There's a thunderstorm that was occurring there, actually. I don't think I showed you guys this clip earlier. Thunderstorm and airstrikes in Tehran tonight. Hold on, that's not a good example. Let me show you more. Again, I have footage out of Israel as well. I feel like we missed a couple clips here, actually, from earlier. Oh, hey, Netanyahu. Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu, in a Nowruz holiday message to Iranians, to the brave people of Iran, I wish you, as I do every year, a happy holiday season, beginning with the Festival of Lights. This was posted 5 hours ago.
To the brave people of Iran, I wish you, as I do every year, a happy holiday season beginning with the Festival of Lights. It signifies the age-old belief of the Iranian people that light will triumph over darkness.
You guys will have to analyze that one. And I start picking that one out through. All right, hold on. Hold on here, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Hold your horses. Hold the horse cart at the gate. More footage of interceptions happening over central Israel. Right here. Kaboom. Hold on. Give me a second here. Where was that one we showed earlier? There was a good one we showed earlier. That was a great example. A great example. The greatest example, some would say. Some aftermath footage coming out of Tehran there. I showed you that earlier. Hold on here. Right here. This is Hezbollah. This is a Hezbollah attack that happened over Naharia in northern Israel within the last hour. One home was hit there. This is footage. Again, this is footage coming out of Israel right here. Hold on, there was a better one though. There was an even better one. Footage again of an IRGC headquarters site in Iran being struck. This is footage and images from Israel, and these are police forces, right? Again, taking images of some of that missile debris from an Iranian missile that was intercepted there. More images, again, coming from Israel of that. Hold on, give me a second here. We had a really good clip earlier that I want to show you. Which was this? Okay, this footage here, Israel. Reports of 3 people lightly injured. Hezbollah strikes hit Naharia. in Israel.
Wow!
Many people taking videos and images of it.
Wow!
Wow. Right there. There's a better one though. Where was the one I showed you guys earlier? There was a much better one. This is from Safed, Israel. Again, an image of one of the ballistic missile bodies there. Hold on. Come on, there was a good one. Where's the good one? Oh, right here. This is a clip that somebody took again inside the Jerusalem Hasidic study hall, again, of Iranian ballistic missile debris that fell through the roof there. This was taken by just a teenager in that study hall. Tehran today. Hold on, give me a second here, give me a second here, give me a second here. There was another one. There was a good one. There was a real good one here. A real good one. Somewhere buried deep. Oh, East Jerusalem, Islamic regime shrapnel, no injuries reported. It's an image taken there. Hold on, I gotta find you that one image/video that I was talking about earlier, though. I even made it a point to actually mention this whole concept when I saw that post earlier. Here, this is imagery, again, of a ballistic missile that impacted in Safat, northern Israel. Again, footage taken by just a random citizen there and posted online. But that's not the one that I'm referring to. Footage from Iran, footage from Israel, Iran, Tehran. Where was that one? There was a good one. There was a real good one here. Right here, bingo. All right, I believe this is the one I was talking about. Fragments from an intercepted missile hit a home in central Israel. Again, taken by a citizen.
זה עכשיו. הלך הבית, יואו, אימא'לה. זה עכשיו. הלך הבית, יואו, אימא'לה. זה עכשיו.
So again, Doompai says I see several videos about the coffee video in the pocket. Yeah, don't worry. I'll be doing a deep dive on that one. Maybe I'm gonna make that one into a video. AI video 2, Electric Boogaloo. I think that might be in the pipeline. That might be in the pipeline now. Might have to get that out to you guys. Yeah, again, guys, right as Mrs. Tiger Eye says, this is not a political stream. We don't give a crap. I don't give a shit about politics here. I'm very non-political 100%, and I try to be non-political in my reporting 100%, as I am thus non-political. But this is an OSINT stream. This is not a politics stream. We don't care about politics. That's not what this is about. This is about data. Again, I've reiterated this multiple times. This is about data and collecting said data, analyzing it, and then showing it to people in a non-biased, agenda-free fashion, right? That's what this is about. This isn't news reporting, even though we do report some news, right? We're not reporting news. We're reporting open-source intelligence, data, and analysis. That's what we're doing here, which is, in its very nature, is politically unbiased. But again, for those that were saying, that no footage is coming out of Israel, again, I've just showed you multiple examples on screen here of footage taken by citizens of attacks in real time occurring, and then also footage and images of aftermath as well. Most photographed by not only civilians, but some by IDF soldiers. The same can be said with Iran, right? I'll tell you what I have seen. What I have seen is reports of Iranian, like IRGC, the regime, cracking down on people taking videos and images and posting them. I haven't seen as many reports about Israeli authorities doing that to citizens within Israel. Are there wartime restrictions of people posting this sort of stuff? I'm sure there is. Have I seen any reports of people getting arrested or thrown in jail or possibly even killed for it? No. Have I shown you guys tonight a couple instances of reports coming out of Iran of people there getting arrested, thrown in jail, possibly attacked for doing stuff, for posting stuff like this? Yes, 100%. And again, that goes right back. I'm just showing you guys the data, just the data that we're getting out, nothing else. Guntura said hydrazine. That's exactly what I thought when I saw that earlier, by the way. We're referring to the to that video of that orange smoke that was coming off of that ballistic missile pod. Very much looked like hydrazine gas. That orange cloud. If you ever see smoke that looks like that, do not breathe it. That is bad news. Bad news bears. Scotty Knows says Nemico speedrunning the 12-hour X-Post review. Hell yeah, we're getting it. We are getting it. Hell yeah, Bubba. Thank you much. I appreciate it. Gantura, yep, Gantura said those are civilian dwellings. Indeed they are. Indeed they are. Light Liquid Aerospace says definitely hydrazine. I'm not an expert, but I am a rocket nerd. I respect that. Yeah. Not fun. Hydrazine is not fun. I know there's a few things that make that color. There's a few gases that make that color. Hydrazine, probably most likely here. Yeah, Suicide Jockey says hydrazine. Yeah, if you see the orange smoke, don't take a toke, as one could say. As Unit asks, can I vape that? No, you probably do not want to vape that. In fact, I wouldn't even be standing anywhere near it. I would not be standing even this close to it. I would move way upwind. Upwind? Downwind? Miss Tiger says, looks toxic. It is indeed very highly toxic. Highly, highly toxic. Would not want to breathe that in. Scent Offender, 1 minute ago. Sailors observe and support flight operations by FA-18E Super Hornets from Primary Control Pry-Fly, as they're called, on board the USS Gerald R. Ford CVN-78 in the northern Red Sea in support of Operation Epic Fury. March 15th, 2026. You can see that footage here on screen. Also 5 minutes ago, the UK MTO has received a report of an incident 23 nautical miles east of Fujairah, Oman. A tanker has reportedly been struck by an unknown projectile whilst at anchor. Minor structural damage reported. Again, we'll probably have more information on that for you guys at a later time. Yeah, a couple reports of that, actually. This is the geolocation of where that tanker was struck. This vessel could be en route to... Could be en route to... this looks like a tug. This looks like a tug. Could be en route to retrieve it. Hell yeah. Epimoo, with a very, very smart statement there in the chat, says, Planet Labs image delays are truly a game-change development. Perilous, to say the least. Yes. Yeah, trying to circumnavigate some of the delays that we've seen from some of these satellite companies has been a pain, to say the least. But we've been able to get satellite imagery. Slowly but surely. It's taking a little longer than it normally does, but there are other companies out there. Keep that in mind. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to conclude tonight's open source intelligence reporting here on Nemico Network. Again, big shout out to everybody that tuned in tonight. Big shout out to everybody that supported the stream tonight. Shout outs to all of you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by and getting filled in on everything that's been going on here. We streamed tonight 6 hours. We did a 6-hour long haul stream this evening. We had an extra hour tacked on, again, since we made that live chat goal from you guys tonight. Again, I highly appreciate the support that you guys have been showing towards the channel here. Again, I will be doing a deep dive into that AI situation. Again, more AI video deep dives. I love doing those. I love working on that stuff. I have another video in the works here. Again, was supposed to get out this weekend. However, again, I've once again run into a brick wall of having to re-record it 3 times in a row because it's not perfect. It's not good enough. You know, trying to do as best as I can with some of this content for you guys. I will hopefully, I mean, of course, we'll definitely have a video Wednesday. We might have another video sooner. If I maybe, you know, do a little quick deep dive video on this AI stuff with Netanyahu. Maybe I can get that out to you guys tomorrow or the next day, if I can speed that along and get that done for you. But if you haven't already, hit the like button below this stream. Share it with somebody that, you know, may want to see this content. Share the channel. You know, spread the word. Spread the word. The good word, as one would say. Big shout out to everybody that tuned in on Twitch tonight. Good to see you guys tuning in on Twitch. Don't worry, I see you. I see you. Foobar Music says, conclusion, the war continues. Indeed it does. It continues. Every day. It's not going anywhere, I think, for a little while here. So we're going to be continuing to bring you guys this ongoing coverage out of the Middle East on what's going on there. I will keep you guys updated. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, there's a link in the description below to where you can join our Discord server. You can get 24/7 open source intelligence updates from our automated feeds over there. We also have many different categories and channels over there devoted to all things OSINT. As well as that, you can find community aggregated reporting and analysis over there, as well as joining in on the community discussion, which I think is important as well, to keep these discussions going. If your thing is arguing about politics, we have a politics channel over there. I know a lot of you guys like to talk about politics. There's a great channel over there, the politics channel. We also have a conspiracy channel, if that's kind of your thing. We have a misinformation and propaganda channel over there. Again, you're welcome to join in on the discussions over there, guys. As always, it's open to everybody. If you haven't already, follow us on X. We have an X feed. X.com/Nemico Network. This is where all of this reporting is aggregated to during these live streams that we've been giving you guys. So again, highly recommend you go and give us a follow over there on X. Again, that's X.com/Nemico Network. Harlan Martin says, thanks for answering my dumb questions, Nemico. Much respect. No questions are dumb here, Harlan. No questions are dumb, you guys. There's no such thing as a dumb question here at all. At all. Uncle Sakuna says, Nemico the GOAT. I enjoy being heard and feeling a part of the podcast and proven wrong. Hey, no problem, Uncle. Again, that's what we're here for. That is what we're here for. And again, nobody is wrong or right here in this conflict. Again, some people are just, you know, that's what we're here to do, is inform. Inform people, bring them the data in an unbiased fashion without an agenda. Again, you know, there's a big lack of that nowadays. You know what I mean? It's hard to get just news that is just pure facts and data instead of somebody trying to, you know, shove an agenda down your throat or some kind of ulterior motive or bias. You know what I'm saying? So, again, guys, big shout out to everybody that tuned in tonight. I'm trying to think if I missed anything here. Go check out our latest videos on the channel. Again, that's youtube.com/Nemico Network. We have more stuff we're uploading every week over there. I've been trying to work towards, again, putting more effort into that video content. Also, the open source intelligence monitor streams and cam streams, they're done. I worked on, again, kind of putting the final touches on those last night. And so, again, those will be coming up any moment. TM, right? Any moment now. TM soon. TM. Those will be back up running 24/7, not only for Iran and the Middle East, but Ukraine, and also we have a Taiwan, China one as well. I know I'm slacking a little bit in that department. I've been putting a lot more effort into the videos and these reports that you guys are watching right now than those 24/7 streams, but I've had a lot of people reach out and ask about those when they're going to be back up so that they have something to watch live while I'm not online giving reports. And don't worry, they're coming. They're coming. TM. Soon TM. Probably tonight. And I keep saying that. I keep saying that. I've said that like probably a half dozen times over the past week. But every time I went to go put them up, I either got sidetracked doing something else, or I ended up having to, you know, finding something that I wanted to fix or improve on, and I end up spending 5 hours going down a rabbit hole of trying to improve, you know, whatever system that is. But again, they're coming. I'm going to try to get those up tonight. As always, I've said that. I got a couple things I got to attend to first, but before I hit the hay this evening, I'm going to try to get those up and live for you guys. Digit, Miss Tiger Eye, Too Tall, online link. All the mods that tuned in tonight, thank you guys so much for stopping by this evening and helping keep the peace. Helping keep the peace, helping facilitate things in our live chats and over on the Discord. As always, I highly appreciate your guys' efforts. I've got a whole bunch of stuff coming your guys' way. Not just the mods, but I mean everybody in general. I got a whole bunch of interesting new content and opportunities for you guys coming soon. TM. Very soon. I think that is about it. If there's links to anything you're looking for, you could probably find them in the description below the stream. If you're on Twitch, you can find them in the About section on our Twitch channel. If you want to support the stream, of course, the best way to always do that is just hit the subscribe button, hit that notification bell so that you get notified whenever we go live with new videos or live streams. And always to hit the like button. Hit the like button on our videos, hit the like button on our streams, and share the content if you like this analysis. And if you think you could be useful to other individuals, share it. Share it out there. Let's get the word out. Of course, if you want to support us in any other way, there's some links to where you can do that down in the description below. Again, guys, as always, highly appreciate everybody's support and for you guys tuning in night after night here when we get these streams out to you. We'll most likely be back here again tomorrow night streaming live. I got a really busy week here with work stuff, all right? Other work stuff. Not Nemico work stuff. So again, I'm trying to circumvent that schedule issue here. So I appreciate you guys bearing with me. We're starting to get into the swing of schedule though, where we go live around 5 p.m., 3 to 5 p.m. It's been 5 p.m. the past few nights that we've streamed, give or take. I think there was a few that we got on later, but I'm trying to get in the swing of going live around 5-ish, give or take. That's when people usually get off work here in the U.S. So I think it's a pretty good time to go live. And then, of course, Wednesdays are like the day of the week when we will always be posting a new video. Wednesdays, Thursday at the latest. But trying to get in that schedule, trying to get the schedule going here for uploads and live streams. So, again, we'll work on getting into the swing of things on that here as we proceed over the next few weeks here. Junpai says, when does the extra hour live stream start? About an hour and a half ago. Yeah, about an hour and a half ago that started. Again, big shout out to Suicide Jockey for being our on-screen winner tonight. Maybe we'll do more of that stuff. Maybe we'll do more of that stuff in the future and get that off there for now. We'll go ahead and deactivate our blast counter as well. I think that about sums up everything for tonight. As always, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for stopping by. And again, contributing here to our community and the efforts here that we do. Again, everybody that posted stuff in the Situation Room, everybody that posted things in the live chat tonight. Again, as I always mention, it's a community effort, and I appreciate your guys' contributions. So I hope to see more of that here in the coming days and weeks. I believe that sums it up. Again, I can't stress it enough. Thank you guys. Thank you to everybody that's tuning in from all over the world tonight. Again, highly appreciate it. And I'll let you know if we're going live tomorrow. I'll post in the Discord about it. But until next time, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Nemico Network.
Nemico.